You're listening to the Common Descent Podcast.
Happy New Year, Will.
Happy New Year, David.
Happy New Year, listeners, and welcome to the Common Descent Podcast annual tradition end of the year Q&A. Every year when we get to this time of the year, which is to say the end of it, we like to gather up a whole bunch of questions submitted by our listeners for us to just answer in a big ol' question answering extravaganza to wrap up the year. Just like previous years, we put up a form where listeners could submit their questions. It was up for a month. We received tons of questions.
Yeah.
We are going to follow the same format that we have in the past. We took the list of questions, randomized the order, and we're going to just go through and take turns asking questions, answering questions, and we'll see how much we get through.
Yes.
We have a time limit for ourselves in mind so that we're not here until the next year.
Yeah.
And we'll see how many we get through before we run out of steam completely. This is always a ton of fun. Thank you to everybody who has asked us questions. Shall we jump into it?
Indeed.
I'll go first. Our first question for this year's End of the Year Q&A comes from Juice, who asks, if I find a new species of ant, how do I verify it's not one of the already discovered species of ants? Is there a Pokedex for this?
Not a Pokedex per se, but kind of. There are features for species. You know, for groups of organisms, there are going to be features that you distinguish new species by. You know, depending on the group, depends on what you might look at. You know, some it might be the shape of the head, some it might be the shape of, you know, a particular feature, or whether or not they have a thing. But usually there will be data sets of those features for the currently known and named species. That's what you would need to compare this new ant against.
Right. Oftentimes we'll identify features that help us narrow it down to say, all right, this feature tells me it's not 90% of ants. Yeah, so now we just look at this section of the diversity.
Can't be an army ant because it has this feature that army ants don't have, or whatever.
That being said, I don't know if there's like a master list of known insect species. I assume there is.
Yeah, well,
I know there's databases like that for fossil species.
Yep, and I know that the modern species have that. I don't know how they're organized. I don't know if, you know, you'd have to check across multiple ones. If it's like, well, there's an army ant list, and then there's a, you know, carpenter ant list, and then there, like, I don't know how you would find it organized, or if it would be in one spot or split up.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if you have to check multiple places, because sometimes that happens. Also, it is totally a thing that will happen where sometimes you don't notice that it's one of the already identified species, and one of the reviewers for the paper points it out, or it gets caught years later where someone goes, hey, these two ants actually are the same species, that they just missed each other, or they published in the same year, or something.
Or vice versa, where you find an ant and you go, oh, that's this thing. And then later on someone goes, no, actually it's got a feature that we just didn't think to look at because we thought we knew what it was. Turns out it's new.
Yeah, if there's any entomologists out there who have more insights into this, let us know.
Yeah, I don't know what you use to identify ants. Next question is from Yonita, who asks, what's been a highlight moment for you this year?
Oh, interesting. Let's see. We did a bunch of cool podcast stuff this year. Croc and Snake Month was awesome.
That was a lot of fun.
It was super cool. It was super cool to get to talk to our special guests. It was tons of fun just thinking about different ways to work in the Croc and Snake themes. So that's definitely one of the big ones this year.
For me, getting to work full-time on the podcast, that happened during this year, and that's been huge.
Yeah.
It's been a big experience and a huge learning curve, but also opportunity.
Yeah, we also went back to DragonCon this year, which was tons of fun. We did an awesome spooky this year. There was a lot of good stuff this year. Next up, Uju asks, what is your favorite museum, and what is your favorite interactive museum?
My personal favorite from nostalgic reasons is the Fernbank Museum in Atlanta.
And for the same reason, my favorite is the American Museum in New York.
Yep, it's the ones we grew up with. Interactive, though, when we went to Fernbank this last time, we got to play with their wax volcano maker.
Yeah.
Which is one of the coolest interactive things at a museum I've ever seen.
It was super cool. There was a whole bunch of cool stuff in that room.
Yep.
So yeah, Fernbank is certainly top of my memory
Yes.
for interactives.
Yeah, that and it's always had a section like that, but they've updated it in recent years so that it is much more modern and in shape. You know, things were getting worn down for the decades that I'd been going there.
Yeah. So everybody go to the Fernbank
Yeah.
and the American Museum, and also the Great Fossil Site and Museum, because
Yes.
that's a cool place too.
Kylie asks, crab bodies have evolved several times, and that evolutionary trend gets its own name and has a common descent episode about it. Why doesn't the process of evolving snake bodies get a cool name? And why isn't there a podcast episode about it? Heck, this could be your chance to name an evolutionary trend.
This is a great point. Snake bodies have evolved a bunch of times among lizards and among other organisms. When it's written about in scientific papers, it's often just called elongation and limblessness. Like, it's just the lengthening of the body and the loss of limbs will be paired. But there is, as far as I know, I've never heard a name given to the process of becoming a long limbless organism, like we see in snakes and limbless lizards and caecilians and things like that. So maybe there should be a name for that.
Serpentification.
Serpentization. Yeah, someday we will investigate.
Absolutely.
Philip asks, how has studying natural history changed the way you think about life, the natural world, how we as people relate to the natural world, and what that means for us?
Basically on all levels.
Yeah.
Because studying biology and science and then paleontology has absolutely affected the way I process basically any information I get. It goes through a biology filter in my brain. And, not all things are one-to-one with biology, like social stuff, like societal things are very much non-bio. Those are things that we've developed as a community. But a lot of things about like the human biology, if you look back and go, well, if you think about the way we would have been living before we had stores, yeah, it makes sense that we struggle with like our bodies wanting more salt than is really healthy for us and stuff like that. So absolutely, it affects the way I think about pretty much anything.
I think that for me, it gives me, for lack of a better way to describe it, just a big view, the big long-term view, both in the very poetic sense of everything as it is now is the latest chapter in a very big, long story. And so thinking about things in the world and how they're connected and how they're related through time, but also thinking about all the various big systems and interconnected systems in the world and how we fall into those systems and how we're different or the same from various other aspects of the natural world, our impact on the natural world. It gives you this very zoomed out big picture view of where we fit into things.
No, I'd agree with that. I feel that most when it comes to things we've gotten used to as part of human society, but that were completely manufactured by us humans. It has been a thing that helps me remind myself of like, yeah, but we made that up. Like,
oh yeah,
the days of the week or the hours in the day are things we made up to make sense of things. That's not actually how the rest of the world functions on.
Every now and then I'll be like driving through a town or whatever, and I'll look around at all the streets and buildings and cars and everything and just have this brief existential moment where I go, this is not what the earth looks like.
Nope.
Everything I can see right now was made by people.
It's hard not to be a little bit like, this is fake. This is a facade.
We put all this here and it's very weird. So a lot.
Yes, a bunch. Next up, Super Smedley asks, if you could pick one book to recommend on any of the subjects you cover in the podcast, what would it be?
That is a good question. I did recently plug Riley Black's new book, Last Days of the Dinosaurs, which is about the KPG extinction. And it's actually really great for getting a slightly updated and also slightly alternative perspective on the end Cretaceous extinction compared with what we talked about. Because Riley goes into more details in some areas and presents slightly different visions of how things would have reacted during the extinction than what we discussed on the podcast. So that one is the first one that comes to mind for me That's a very fun read.
Yeah, good stuff.
Yeah. Also, for whatever reason, the very first book that popped into my head was Bram Stoker's Dracula for vampires from Spooky.
Yes, please.
So read that too. Esme asks, what do you think is the biggest gap in the fossil record, and what would you like to see more fossils of? I'd like to see more with diseases to assess pathologies better.
That is an excellent question, and I don't have any specific fossil gaps that come to my mind. I'm just not quite familiar enough with any single fossil lineage record to pull one. The first thought I have, though, is early flyers. For like bats,
the pterosaurs,
insects, of getting some of those fossils of what did you look like before you were flapping.
Yeah. My first thought was soft tissue stuff.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, give me more internal organs and more early reproductive systems and circulatory systems, which is probably a bigger ask than what you just said.
Yep. I was narrowing it down.
You were trying to be realistic.
That would be extremely useful. Soft tissues, yes, please. Science Skink asks, if you could make a documentary on a specific animal, extinct or extant, what would you pick?
Ooh.
I know my answer.
I mean, are we allowed to just say snakes and crocs? Because, yeah, just pick a cool snake. Do a whole documentary about it.
A dream documentary of going through all 26 species of croc.
Oh, that would make a great one season of a show.
Right, and
26 episodes.
Yep, and chunk, and to show the diversity and go over different aspects that they share, but using different crocs each time.
Yeah.
Like, all right, we're going to do nesting, but we're doing the black caiman for nesting.
Yeah.
So on and so forth.
That would be very cool.
Yeah.
All right, my version will be 3,000 episodes and better. Renee asks, if you could request that the Earth cough up a particular fossil or other finding, what would it be? So if we could submit a request to the Earth,
yes,
please deliver this, what would we want to see?
Ooh. My brain always wars in these questions between the fun answer and the most useful, like, for science.
Right.
Like, the most beneficial answer. I think if only just to settle the chaos in the regular science news, a fully articulated and complete Spinosaurus aegypticus.
I had the exact... I had the two. I had Spinosaurus and a fully, like, integumented Tyrannosaurus Rex.
Yep.
I had those two thoughts where I went, can we just get one that is wholly complete and shows us what the skin and everything looked like and just settle the discussions?
Yeah. And now we're done.
And that's it. Dear Earth, you have no idea what it's like up here. Please send me a complete Spinosaurus.
Yeah.
But if we're being less sort of media and selfish, if I want to, like, a nice complete skeleton of this one thing, I'd have to go and find, like, one of those weird, like, Charovipteryx or those weird animals that we have one of and might never find another one ever again, but they were doing something super weird.
Yep.
Probably one of those, or something with no fossil record.
Yeah, or some, like, confirmation of sexual dimorphism, like,
oh yeah,
like two dinosaurs mid-mating and definite sexual dimorphism
in the process.
Yes. Next, we have two similar questions from Emily and Gazeboist. Emily asks, can you speculatively evolve a hexapodal or octopodal tetrapod? And Gazeboist says, how hard would it be for evolution to produce six-limbed chordates?
A classic question of speculative evolution. How can you get a additional limb?
Yeah, more than 4 limbs for us land bony animals.
Yeah. I whenever I think about this, I often wonder if it would have to start out as a different structure.
Yep.
That it would start as like a rib or something that's... Because this is how we think that it happened for insects with their wings.
Yes.
That the wings developed from some other structure, like a gill or a sensory structure, or something was already sticking off the body and gradually exapted various uses till it became functional as effectively a limb.
Yes. And there are ways that you can get multiple limbs and digits and stuff in vertebrates. You know, there's those calves, baby cows with the legs coming off their shoulder blades.
Right. And there are famous examples of frogs where they'll have an extra limb that grows.
So, like, you can duplicate limbs, but the issue is that those are almost always completely non-functional.
And detrimental.
So you would need a version of that had a benefit enough for that individual to survive and then do better. So evolution would continue to select for that limb to become more and more functional.
You'd also need that mutation to be present in the gametes of that organ, and not just something that happened to the limb region when it was developing.
Yes, exactly.
So that feels like it'd be a harder one to stick around.
So I agree with the extra structure. Ribs would be cool. Osteoderms. I had the thought when we were talking about stegosaurs and how those are osteoderms that are just incredibly structural.
Yeah.
So like I don't see why it would be that difficult to have an osteoderm that eventually gets a jointed base or something.
Yeah.
With muscles attached, and then duplicating bones and stuff that's super easy evolutionarily. Now you could get extra bones added to that and have a limb of sorts. It would look completely different than your other legs and arms.
Yes, it'd be weird. If I were actually going to do this in some sort of speculative project, I would be very tempted to just start over.
Yeah.
And just, all right, back to fish.
Yes.
They had an extra set of fins that developed, and they were kind of early proto-limbs like in fish, and then they just became a third pair of limbs.
Yeah, what if a fish lineage and the anal fin split?
Right. Or one of the examples that one of the question askers gave was claspers.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Like, what if the claspers became developed as another set of limbs? So, yeah, there's a lot of ways you could go with it. None of them apparently very feasible.
Yeah, and not it would be very hard to start from right now.
Yes.
That's difficult.
Next up, we've got another pair of questions. Anna asked, is it correct to say that a species went extinct if they have evolved into a new species? And Greg similarly asks, is it possible to determine at what point something goes extinct rather than evolving into something else?
That's a good question.
Yeah, so not that the lineage ended completely, but that a species changed enough that it became something we would call another species.
Yes, the shape and form that we would recognize as the old species is now gone.
Right. Is it extinct now? Does that count?
It's kind of like when things will hybridize themselves into extinction. Where like two species hybridize, but one is overbreeding the other and basically absorbs the other by breeding more often and successfully, or their genes are just more dominant. The genes of that other species didn't disappear, but
they've just merged into this lineage.
That color, that shaped species no longer is visible because the other one outbred them. That is a form of extinction, even though they merged. They didn't die off.
Right. In the case of, there are terms for this. There's the term anagenesis, which refers to a direct lineage where one species gradually evolves into another species. There's no branching, there's no diverging, it just gradually changes. And whether it counts as extinct or where we draw the line between one or the other brings us all the way back to the species concept and what we call a species versus another species. So I think the answer is that there isn't a line and we just kind of pick.
Yeah.
Technically, no, there wasn't an extinction.
Mm-hmm.
We've just changed our name for the thing, perhaps because it is now living and behaving and developing in a completely different way.
That is unrecognizable from what it was.
But no, it kind of didn't go extinct. Sometimes you'll see paleontologists, in cases like this, will just declare what are called chronospecies.
Yep.
Which you have a lineage like this, where things are just gradually changing over time. And then they'll just say, all right, from this time to this time, it was this species. From this time to this time, it was that species. And it's just sort of an arbitrary way of splitting up that lineage through time.
Yep. Well, it's almost the paradoxical situation of that old species didn't go extinct, but it is extinct now.
Right, but it doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah, so it is extinct, but it never went extinct.
Yeah, so extinction comes in many forms.
Yep. Great question.
Very good question.
Mark asks, in the second Jurassic World film, we see that there's now paleo-veterinarians that treat the animals of the park. Which real prehistoric animals do you think would be hardest to treat, and what quirks do you think would make it difficult?
That is a super cool question.
Absolutely.
My first impulse is to say species that belong to ancient groups that there's nothing like them today.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, for example, something like Anomalocaris or maybe even trilobites, where we don't have a member of that group around today. Like, if we got a mammoth, we could probably do an okay job with a mammoth, relatively speaking, because we're very familiar with elephants.
Probably more than half of the techniques and medicines and tools we use with elephants would apply.
Yes, but if it's like a trilobite or an anomalocarid or one of those, like an orthicone, those weird things, we'd have very little basis of comparison to know how do we work with this? What bizarre thing is there going to be? Like what is going to be this animal's what chocolate is to dogs?
Yes, exactly.
For this weird animal, and is it sand or something utterly bizarre?
Mm-hmm. I'd agree with that. And prey animals
Mm-hmm.
would be the other thought I have, because very commonly if you talk to vets and people who work at zoos and aquariums that take care of the animals, they'll tell you that the prey species are harder to detect problems in because they hide stress, because that is a signal to predators that they are a good target. So when they're sick, they try not to act sick or show it. So they will often go hide or just not show any of the discomfort. So it's you have to be hyper vigilant to catch their signs of illness. And if we're doing that with an animal that we've never even met a close cousin of, it might be like, I have no clue what even happy, sad, content, like what any of your moods show as, because you're so bizarre.
Yeah, and all of that is true for the other first thought that I had, which was sauropods.
Yep.
Just by the sheer scale of how do you care for an animal that big? And they are also prey species, and they are also something bizarrely different from what we have today. We would discover all sorts of weird, like, diseases and disorders that certain animals get. Like sauropods might get problems with their neck or throat or something that we don't see in any living animals. Oh, it'd be weird.
Yep.
Our next question comes from Michael. There's a lot of exclamation marks after Michael. Michael! Michael says, "Hello, Will. Hello, David. Do you guys ever greet each other in real life the same way as how you begin the podcast?" Not really.
No, we'll make jokes.
Yes.
We'll work it into jokes all the time.
That really is a podcast specific thing.
Yes. Like that happened here, and I will still have times where we will be getting ready. I'm like, all right, I need to say hello. I have to remind myself.
Because it's unnatural.
Yeah. Jovian asks, what was the first thing on land and why?
Oh, microbes.
Yes.
Because they were there.
Oh, yeah.
So we know animals made it onto land by the Silurian, maybe earlier. Plants made it onto land around that same time period. And I don't actually know if we have much or any direct evidence of microbes on land.
Yeah.
But they must have made it onto land. I can't imagine a scenario where there weren't early eukaryotes and even prokaryotes on, even if they were near bodies of water.
Yeah, even if it was shoreline populations.
Right, or like up rivers and around streams and stuff. But surely there were ancient bacteria swarming around the rocks and things.
Oh, yeah.
Way before plants or animals ever made it there.
Yes, no, that would be my vote for sure.
So, what microbes? Why? Because microbes.
Because they were first.
The next question comes from an old favorite, Slam Jambert, the Slam Jam Lugal with the Slam Jam Bugle. What is the silliest modern animal, and what is the goofiest fossil animal?
Fantastic question.
What is the silliest modern animal? I was having a conversation in the museum the other day about animals with a high goofiness to danger ratio.
Yeah.
And we were talking about hippos and moose.
Yes.
Camels. Yep. Camels are very goofy animals.
Yep. Absolutely. I'd have to say a lot of the birds of paradise.
Oh, yeah.
Because they are evolutionarily very impractical. Like that is because of where they live and how secluded they are from threats. They've been able to become ridiculous, which is the point of their displays. So they are selectively very silly.
Yes, it is the kind of animal you look at and you go, what are you doing? And why? As far as fossil animals, the first one that comes to mind is Nigersaurus, which is the sauropod with the big, broad lawnmower mouth.
Yeah.
Which is a very silly looking dinosaur. Also, there was Incisivosaurus, which is the one with the big front teeth.
Yes.
Which is a goofy looking dinosaur.
Yup. Honestly, stuff like Spinosaurus, like even though they're famous, are very, very silly looking when you actually step back and think about it.
Yeah. Also, like the Tully monster and Opabinia and all those weird ones where it's like, you are not built like an animal. It is meant to be shaped.
Well, and those
you've done it wrong.
The cephalopods with the like corkscrew and like zigzag shells.
Yeah. Or the ones that are like a long straight section and then a hook at the end.
Yeah.
Like, what are you doing? Why?
So lots of them.
Very silly.
Next up, we have Sebastian, who asks, are there any online speculative evolution projects that either of you like?
Ooh, an interesting question. I don't follow a lot of speculative evolution stuff online, really.
The only ones that come to mind for me is there are a number of artists that are doing really cool, their own personal speculative evolution projects. I don't have any of their names in my mind right now, but a bunch of them back when I used to frequent DeviantArt would have profiles, and they would have like worlds where they're like, all right, here's the description of the world I'm evolving an alien ecosystem for. And then they would just go through and be like, all right, here's this thing. It swims. It's kind of penguin-esque, and they would have descriptions. And there's a number of those. So if you look up speculative evolution on any of the art sites, I'm sure you will be able to find a bunch of them. But I know DeviantArt has a number.
Yeah, absolutely. If along those lines, does Avatar count?
Yeah, kind of.
That's topical. Our next question is from Jonathan, who asks, I currently follow Live Science, Phys.org, Sci News, and Science Alert on Facebook to get paleontology and nature news. Are there any other Facebook pages you'd recommend for related news?
Ooh, good question. Those are definitely good ones.
Those are good ones. There is Nature, there's Science Magazine, there's Smithsonian Magazine, National Geographic. There are paleontology Facebook groups. So like there are dinosaur themed Facebook groups. There's a paleontology education group, but I don't know if they post a lot of news. I get a ton of my paleontology news in addition to following the actual news sites from Tom Holtz.
Yeah.
We're friends on Facebook and he posts news all the time.
Yeah.
So if you're friends with Tom Holtz, he's a great, well, he'll post on Twitter, now on Mastodon. And he posts on Facebook, so follow Tom Holtz. He's a great resource for paleontology news.
Also, you mentioned Smithsonian museums. Like a lot of the good natural history museums, they will have sites and they will often post about, here's a recent thing.
Yeah, especially from their own researchers.
Yes. Emilio asks, I've noticed that I have enjoyed more recent episodes more than some of the earlier ones. I don't mean to say that they were bad, I just noticed that the quality has greatly improved. My question is, what have you two noticed to be the biggest improvements from the earlier years?
That's a very sweet sentiment.
Yeah, and that's a good question.
Yeah, we agree.
Yes, 100%.
I don't like listening to the early episodes of the podcast.
I haven't.
Every now and then I'll go back and I'll listen to some, and like, we're much smoother and more intentional about the way we talk.
Yeah, we were much less confident back then.
We're better at just the sort of accessibility things of not talking over each other as much, not making as many background noises, things like that.
Just being mindful of our sentences when we, mess up and want to re-say something, of pausing and not just saying the thing we want to say.
We're much more editing minded when we speak. We are ready for the edit to have to happen.
Because there's nothing wrong with when you stumble over your words, but it can be distracting and sometimes make it hard to hear what you were trying to say, especially in audio.
Yes.
And if I can't easily find a spot to cut the two, it's going to sound weird when I edit it.
Yeah. Also, this is one on the back end that in theory none of you listeners will have noticed, but we're way better at planning and scheduling and organizing our responsibilities these days. Like our recording schedule and our editing schedule and all that is vastly improved from when we started.
We've also gotten more comfortable with how to organize an episode and the notes for an episode.
Yep.
Not that there aren't topics we won't struggle with, but in general, there is definitely more of a flow to how we should put the information together, which in early episodes, it was very easy to get overwhelmed and bite off more than we meant to, and didn't realize it until midway through recording it. I really shouldn't have put this section in here or something like that.
And that actually brings up another one. I think that we are also much better at being kind to ourselves about it. Like, we are less strict on ourselves about it. Like, I used to get upset after listening to almost every episode of the podcast, because there'd be something, even if it was a little tiny thing, there'd be something that I'd go, that shouldn't have been in there, like that. I should have done this instead, or whatever. Or
that is not the way I want it to be.
That background noise snuck its way through the editing process or something. These days, I know I am, and you and I have talked about this, are much better at when something isn't perfect to just go, all right, well, the next time, I guess.
Yep.
Yeah, which is a dramatic improvement. That is very helpful.
Brings the stress down, and stress only makes us worse at everything we were just mentioning.
Yes.
So the less stress, the better we're going to be at those things.
Our next question is from Habib, who asks, can you convince me not to have a career as a researcher in paleontology? What are the difficulties I should be aware of?
That's fun.
We could.
Oh, yeah.
So being a paleontologist is tons of fun, and there's tons of great opportunities, and it is a very fascinating and interesting field to be a part of. And if any of you out there want to do it, we encourage you to go after it.
Yes.
So my stance is I will not try to convince you to not be a paleontologist. But we can absolutely be honest about some of the difficulties in being a paleontologist.
Yeah, well, we would get the question all the time, and I'm sure you still do at times, but when I was at the museum, I know I would get approached by parents, especially if a kid if they went on one of the tours and they had a kid who was very excited about dinosaurs, they were in that quote-unquote phase, and the parents would come up to me sometimes and be like, they really want to be a paleontologist. Should we be discouraging that?
Right. Is this a bad idea?
Or how can we find another outlet or something? You know, they're worried that they seem to have not grown out of this phase that we thought they would. And now we're worried that they're pursuing a career that we have been brought to the idea that is a dead-end pursuit.
That doesn't exist.
That's a thing that you're interested in as kids, and then you leave that behind. And I would always tell them, no, absolutely you can make a living. Like, I am a paleontologist. I'm making a living. I'm moved out and doing all right. Like, I made it here. And then I would almost always follow it up with, you're not going to get rich.
Nope.
And so that would be the first note. It is not the career you go into if you like money.
No. It's also a very competitive field.
Extremely.
Especially if you have a particular idea of what kind of paleontology job you want to have.
You're fighting against people who have worked their way into tenure.
Right. And that really brings me to, if I were going to say what is the biggest problem with trying to go into paleontology, especially since the question specified research paleontology, is that you're going into academia.
And academia is a mess.
And academia has a lot of problems that are not specific to paleontology, just across the board.
Yep.
It can be very competitive in ways that are very difficult. The tenure system can be challenging, to put it kindly.
Yeah, on a scale from challenging to corrupt.
Right, yes. Yes. Academia and science and research science also tend to be rife with obstacles that are different for different people. So depending on your background, getting into paleontology might be difficult for you specifically. If you are from a certain place, or if you are a certain race or gender, or if you have a certain social background or something, paleontology is absolutely easier for certain people to get into than others.
There's a lot of old school institutionalized biases that are still there from the old days of when it got started.
And paleontology, and particularly academic paleontology, is also unfortunately populated in part by a bunch of folks who believe in that system.
Yep.
And who perpetuate that system.
And who hold a lot of the power.
So there are a lot of cases in universities or in museums or whatever where there are problematic people that the institution has trouble getting rid of or has no intention of getting rid of. And all of this can create difficulties. They are the kinds of things that people should be aware of. Like I said, we don't want to discourage you from trying to pursue paleontology. Tons of people do it. They do it successfully. People from all backgrounds manage to do it successfully. It's not always easy for a variety of reasons.
Absolutely. There's also things like university politics that you're going to have to deal with if you are a researcher at a university. Publishing papers is a mess.
Publishing is a real pain in the butt.
Yep. Publishers are so all over the place and have archaic and dumb and bad rules on the way to handle how science is supposed to be being presented to the public.
Yeah. So I guess one of my big bits of advice for people who are trying to go into paleontology is be ready to end up in a different place than you expected to end up. For example, the two of us started on the research path and left. Not necessarily because we had some sort of horrible experience or anything. We found an interest and we found tolerance for a portion of it that was different from being strict research scientists.
Yeah, we just realized it wasn't for us. But yeah, it can be super awesome, but there's a bunch of mess because it's an institution.
Yeah,
every institution that humans have made has a bunch of mess to it.
Yeah,
and academia and paleontology is no different.
So best of luck, Habib, on your career as a paleontologist.
Next is Ragnar, who asks, what are your thoughts on how the world or humans will be in another 5 million years of evolution?
Oh, these are fun. How will the world be in another 5 million years of evolution? Well, I hate to just fall back on the go-to dystopian answer.
Yeah.
But given the trajectory of how humans treat the planet now, not great. There's going to be a lot of shuffling around of ecosystems and environments. And
I'd say one thing that you could almost certainly predict is it's going to be much more homogeneous.
Yes, the kind of species that live around the world. Well, I think that it's really interesting because we've talked about how sometimes you'll have these projects that are like, what will the world look like in X million years? And I remember The Future is Wild, the documentary. Their whole stance was, let's see what the world evolves into in millions of years. Humans left, by the way.
Yes.
Humans got on a spaceship and they all left, so we're ignoring humans. Even if humans disappear next year and we fast forward 5 million years, the planet has to form around the effects that humans have. Like, if humans disappear now, the lingering impacts of what humans have done to the natural world will probably never go away.
No.
Like, there will now be lineages of plants and animals in parts of the world they otherwise would not have been in. There are entire biomes and ecosystems that either will or won't exist because we invented or destroyed them, whether we meant to or not. Our impact on the planet will persist, will much like after a mass extinction, what is built ecosystem-wise after a mass extinction has to work with what was left after the extinction. What comes in the future has to work with what is the state of the world after human impact on it.
Absolutely. And if we don't ignore humans, it's much harder to say because we have so far removed ourselves from the typical natural selection process by the way we now reproduce. We don't reproduce just anytime we can. We are typically very selective in we have a certain number of kids and then that we're done. Even though we could probably have many more, we have hospitals that lengthen our lives and adjust who would be taken out of the gene pool or stays in the gene pool. So it's harder to say from that perspective. Probably not a ton, but I still stand by the more homogeneous. We would probably see as we become more global and interconnected across the continents of the world that people and cultures would start to mix and share and become more of a global community and culture. I would assume, unless something happens that redivides us again.
Right. And that the real issue with predicting the future of human stuff is that cultural change can be very rapid and dramatic.
Yes.
In ways that evolutionary change isn't. So optimistically, we will be better at everything. and we will create a peaceful, harmonic world where we can exist in a natural community with nature and with each other. And we will have responsibly moved across the solar system in a way that we don't destroy other planets. And that maybe it'll be that.
Yeah.
Moving on, EM asks, regarding sauropods, what would be the physical limits on where they could actually walk? What kind of ground pressure did they have compared to, say, elephants?
Oh, that's a good question.
More.
Yes.
More ground pressure.
Yep. And I think the limiting factor to me being able to jump in and answer that is I don't know how much trouble elephants have.
I know that elephants have trouble on certain surfaces, because we've talked about this, that I think it's a thing that elephants have a hard time walking on, like, asphalt or concrete. Like, this is something that comes up in zoos, I've heard, that they're much better at walking on natural surfaces than on hard surfaces, which is also true of the way that we humans walk. Our feet get messed up because of the way we walk on human surfaces.
So that's why if you took a walk in a field for the same amount of time that you were walking on a sidewalk, your feet are probably going to be more tired after the sidewalk because the sidewalk does not yield. The concrete doesn't yield it all to the forces we're imparting upon it. It just gives them all back basically 100%, which is why it hurts your feet.
Yeah. I figure, I mean, it's probably true that sauropods would have trouble walking on unstable surfaces. Like, would they be more in danger of sinking into the mud or of shifting, unconsolidated sediment underneath them? I assume they would not do very well with slopes.
Yeah, probably.
Or uneven sloped surfaces. Like, I don't think they would have climbed very well at all. But I don't know. I don't know a ton about. I also don't know because I know from talking to elephant experts that it is common for elephants to develop foot problems. And because there's tons of weight on their feet, so they're susceptible to it. And if an elephant hurts a foot, that can lead to problems all throughout the body as they're carrying their weight differently, or they'll develop back issues. I would assume that would be even more extreme for sauropods. Like, if a sauropod, would it be way easier for a sauropod to hurt its foot? Like, if it steps on a rock, is that going to be worse because there's 20 tons pushing your foot into that rock? And if a sauropod hurts their foot, is that going to be crippling for the sauropod just because of how much weight they have to deal with? And maybe. Yeah. This would be one of those things that the paleo veterinarians would have to worry about.
Exactly, yeah. It's like all of the, hoof treatment videos that you can find all over YouTube from the issues that cows can develop from just being on their feet all day. Well, next up we have I Am Simon. They say, you meet a person with no curiosity about the world they live in. How do you explain to them why paleontology is a good investment? How would you make it relatable? What is in it for them? And why should their tax dollars support a museum?
This is a very relatable question. One of my favorite go-to phrases for what makes paleontology unique and important is that paleontology is a crucial field of study, perhaps the only field of study, where we are able to answer questions about how environments change in the long term. In the modern day, if you want to see what happens to a forest, all right, we burned down a section of forest. How does this forest react? What does that look like in the future? What is this going to do to the diversity of the forest? We can watch a forest for a year and for 10 years and for 100 years, and we can even look for 1,000 years and compare historical records. But if you want to know what are the truly long-term impacts of environmental change, paleontology is the one place where you get to look at that. How does this event affect this ecosystem 10,000 years or 1,000,000 years down the line? Paleontology also provides you with tons of case studies.
Yes.
So when we ask those questions about how do things change, what happens when an important species goes extinct, which is something that is happening in the world all over the place right now. What happens when a forest disappears, which is something that is happening all over the world right now, or a reef disappears? What happens if the climate shifts dramatically and an environment becomes significantly warmer or drier or wetter than it was before? We don't have a way of testing that and accounting for all the variables. We can create simulations, but they only go so far. With paleontology, we can look at those examples in the past.
It's our only way to look back.
The reason we know that modern day climate change is concerning is because we're comparing it to climate change in the past. The reason we have predictions about how this might affect our world moving forward is because we have examples of this in the past. So if you are concerned at all about understanding the future of the natural world around us, paleontology is how we come to understand the future by exploring the past.
Absolutely. There also is the defense of enrichment, that even if it's not enriching to you, it's enriching to other people. I don't visit art museums often because I don't have a background in art and I don't have a following. Like, that's not where my interests lie. But I still am glad they're there for those people who do want to go to the art museum. And so that from that perspective, this is for the community at large. It is an enriching thing for many, many, many people.
Yeah. This is a question we get a lot. I get this at the museum all the time. If you're a scientist, you have to answer these kinds of questions. And I often will say what I said, and I'll say what you said. And also I like to add in the little bit that it's also just super cool and interesting. Yep. And science for science's sake is, I understand, not the only incentive we can have because money and all that. But it's not a bad bonus.
It is valid.
It is a valid thing that this is cool. It's fascinating. It's interesting. We're expanding our knowledge, and it gets people interested in learning more. Matt asks, how readily available is information on excavated fossils? Are there electronic databases of fossils and collections? What percentage of discoveries do they record, and how much information do they contain about each fossil?
Very good question with many varying answers.
Yes.
Yes, there are sometimes the electronic databases. Depending on the situation, it might be accessible. It might just be within the museum and those who are working on stuff.
And that most museums with a fossil collection, well, basically all museums with a fossil collection will have some sort of collections database.
Yes.
Sometimes they are electronic. Sometimes they are made available online, or they sync up with other museum collections. There's
also going to be some where you're still have old databases that are not electronic.
Yes.
That the previous stuff found over the decades, which are just written.
Yeah, and a lot of those have been digitized or are in the process of being digitized, but not all of them.
As far as what information is recorded, basically, yes, every discovery is going to get recorded if it was
done properly.
If it was dug up by professional paleontologists, especially if they were working for a museum, right, it will be recorded and documented.
Professional and professional acting.
Yes.
Paleontologists, it will be recorded somewhere.
Responsible people. How much information depends on the procedures of that site and that those paleontologists.
And when it was, and what information was thought to be important at that place and time.
Absolutely. It just kind of depends. There are some places, like at the Gray Fossil Site, we document a ton of info compared to a lot of others, but we also have the site all year round, and we can be nitpicky about the way we record every single thing if we want. Other people only have a month at the site, so they may not be able to document everything in the field as meticulously. So that information might have to come later when the research is happening.
Right. There are some places online, more and more of them, that collate databases. So there are things like the Paleobiology Database, which attempts to be the one-stop shop for all data about different species, different fossil species that have been found and where. There are mapping databases like the Neotoma database. So there is more and more go-to sources online for vast amounts of collections data, but they're not complete.
And there's many times when something might be recorded and in the museum's database, but won't be released because it is in the process of being identified and researched.
Right.
And that could take years, where we go, we have a fossil, but we don't know what it is, so we're not going to say it. We're not going to announce it on the news of, we've got a bone of something, and we're figuring it out. Like, they will just process it that way.
It'll be released when the publication comes out.
Exactly. So there's definitely things that have been recorded that are not released yet because they're in process.
Yeah. Or sometimes that institution just doesn't have the materials to make it publicly accessible yet.
Mm-hmm.
Like Gray is currently working on projects to make the collections data publicly accessible.
Yes, there's not just a single system on how to do that.
Yeah.
Alex asks, what are your guys' favorite novels, paleo-related or otherwise?
When I was a kid, when I was like high school into college age, I know for a while I would cite my favorite novel as being Sphere by Michael Crichton.
Yeah.
I don't think it'd be my favorite now, but at a time it was my the one I would say is my favorite. That and the Bartimaeus trilogy, Jonathan Stroud, which I read as a kid. I remember basically nothing about it, but I used to say it was great all the time.
You remembered that you liked it.
I remember that I liked it. Someday I'll read it again.
I don't read a ton of novels. It has to be a very particular kind of chapter book to keep me engaged.
Mm-hmm.
So really sci-fi is typically the only thing. So I've read a number of Star Wars chapter books and Warhammer and stuff like that. One that I came across when I was younger, but didn't read till I was older because it ended up being much more violent and adult aimed than I was prepared for, was the March Upcountry series. And the author's something Weber, if I remember right. But it's March Upcountry and March to the Sea and March to the Stars. It's a series of books about a group stranded on an alien planet that then have to march their way across this yet to be technologically developed planet to get to the one starport. And so they're trekking across jungle and meeting the local inhabitants and having to fight their way across a very wild planet, which was awesome. It was super cool.
Cool.
And then other than that, you mentioned earlier Bram Stoker's Dracula.
I was going to say the same thing. We mentioned Dracula, and Dracula's great.
I love Dracula so much.
The next question is from Katie. This is a question for Will. Katie didn't say it's for Will, but it is. Katie says, my son got a Jurassic Park toy that we thought was Dinosuchus, but we just found out it's Sarcosuchus. Now my 4-year-old is having an existential crisis. Do you know where I can get a Dinosuchus toy? Or do you have any reasons why Sarcosuchus is better that I can console him with?
Ooh, all right, absolutely. So...
See, I told you.
There are definitely Dinosuchus figures out there. The trouble you run into a lot of times, though, is that Dinosuchus, other than some very specific things, at a glance just looks like a pretty normal crocodile. Sarcosuchus has a very distinct face. So you can make a toy out of Sarcosuchus and it will be distinctly Sarcosuchus. If you make a toy out of a Dinosuchus, most people aren't going to be able to tell that it's anything other than that until you read the name of the box. But there are figures, like, I know I've seen them on Amazon. I don't know that they're going to be Jurassic Park toy, like, posable, playable, but there's definitely, like, Schleck and Papo have figures. Sarcosuchus is super cool because it was very likely living at least somewhat like gharials in that it has a very long, thin snout and a very bulbous nose at the tip.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of people have thought that it might be like the gharial, which is the only croc like itself around today. Like, there's other skinny snouted crocs, but none of them are to the degree or as weird as the gharial is. So Sarcosuchus is a very unique giant croc.
Yeah.
There's not really any 40-foot crocs shaped quite like Sarcosuchus is. And so it's very cool because it's special compared to a lot of the other big ones.
Yeah, for a group of animals that is so often teased for all looking the same, Sarcosuchus and the gharial-shaped crocs are very different and unusual and unique.
So, if that helps... Next, we have Abel, who asks, besides the Great Fossil Site, what is your favorite natural history museum and why?
Oh, hey, we should have combined this with those other questions that we answered before.
Yep.
That's my fault for organizing the list. Hey, American Museum of Natural History up in New York, and also the Fern Bank. I also really like the Denver Museum of Nature and Science. I haven't been there in a long time, but I've always been a big fan of the Denver Museum.
I've heard very good things about that. I also went to the Science Museum in Houston, Texas when I was a kid, which was partial natural history and other stuff, but it was very cool. Lots of really cool displays and moving exhibits, which I really liked.
Yeah. Our next question is from Hunter, who asks, if cats and dogs accidentally domesticated themselves by hanging around humans, is it possible we are on the way to domesticating raccoons and deer since they live so closely to us and go through our trash and eat our gardens?
I mean, Possibly.
Yeah, maybe.
Absolutely. If we jump forward another few thousand years, absolutely we could have domestic deer and raccoons just because of that close proximity. And especially if we someday go, hey, you know what? Raccoons are really, fun to have around.
Yeah, let's keep those around.
Or, just the fact that they're cute. Or if we find out that they're good at something, that they're really good at a certain thing.
Picking locks.
Yeah, well, it's like, people who have assistance animals, we might be like, actually, a raccoon's a really good assistance animal for some reason. I'm not suggesting you try that.
No, don't do that. That's a wild animal.
But that we might find that they actually are good at helping people with certain tasks, like a seeing eye dog or a health assistance pet. So yeah, absolutely.
Could be.
Next question from Susanna, who asks, is it theoretically possible to re-evolve a lost feature? And if so, has it ever happened?
Interesting. It does not seem to be possible in the sense of like a big whole thing that used to be there. Like re-evolving limbs, for example, isn't something that we've seen that has definitively happened and might not be possible because that's a complex developmental thing.
Well, and if it was going to happen, it would probably have to happen on the same time scale that the first limbs happen. That you would have to go through a process of very slowly developing a new body structure.
And arguably that wouldn't be re-evolving limbs.
Yep.
That would be evolving something new.
New types of limbs.
For example, there are lineages of birds that have evolved tooth-like structures. So modern birds, Neornithes, have lost their teeth, but certain lineages have evolved protrusions on the jaw that are like teeth, that are kind of re-evolved.
Yes.
You evolved a new thing that is doing the same job as the old thing.
You evolved a tool that your ancestors used to have, but it's not made out of the same stuff.
Right. I know that, at least theoretically, it should be possible that certain genes in an organism's genome, in a lineage's genome, might be deactivated, but stick around and then be activated again. And I've heard cases of this potentially happening. There's a term atavism, which refers to potentially something like this occurring. But I don't know if that is common or confirmed in any capacity, or how it plays into long-term evolutionary trends.
But there is the potential for the genetic info for an ancestral trait to stick around. So potentially, if it were to get reactivated and then be beneficial, a group could start selecting for, we found that the gene for teeth in birds is there, but that's not how these somewhat toothed birds
pseudo-teeth
have their teeth, but the genes are there. So potentially, if it were to get awoken and then be helpful,
and still work,
you might see toothed birds, for this example, come back, but it probably would be very different because it's the code for that has still degraded because it's not been used for millions of years,
and the code surrounding it has changed. So yeah, it's a very interesting question.
Yeah.
Kylie asks, is Will still able to stay home and work on the podcast full time? Does he miss working a standard job?
I do not.
The answers are yes and no.
Yeah, I am still working for the podcast full time. I don't miss working a standard job. Working full time from home and being half of one own's boss has been a huge learning experience, and that has had its difficulties at time of having to be 100% responsible for managing my own time and productivity.
Because you're a real slacker of an employee.
Right? Like, that has definitely been a struggle at times and has been a huge transition, but it has not made me miss having to clock in.
Yeah.
Even a little bit. Like, not even slightly. There are things I miss jobs I've had. I would love to volunteer in an aquarium or a zoo, because I miss getting to do the stuff I did at that job, but I'd still prefer to do it for free in my own time than to have to do it instead of working for the podcast.
Yeah.
Buffalo MJ asks, not sure if you're Final Fantasy fans, but could there be a way to have chocobos in real life, or would the bird frame be too light to support riders?
Oh, interesting. I don't think that it is impossible
No.
for a bird frame to support a rider. Even if modern bird frames, I don't know how easy it is to ride an ostrich. But I could certainly see speculatively developing a sturdier ostrich.
Absolutely.
That you could then plop a person on top of.
Yeah, because I know that there are rodeos where people ride ostriches. I don't know that it's good for the animal, so I'm not...
Right.
I am not...
we don't condone this behavior.
Yeah, I'm not condemning it because I don't know.
Right.
But I'm not saying anything otherwise than I know it has happened. So an ostrich can move the weight of a person.
Right.
And so absolutely, just a stouter, sturdier ostrich or cousin. Absolutely. Like it would take some time to select
selective
and breed
pressure
and domesticate a riding bird. But
that's just a theropod dinosaur.
Yeah.
You could do it.
For sure.
Also, we're not really Final Fantasy fans.
No, I'm not.
We don't dislike it. Yeah. I've played a little bit. That's fine.
Watched Advent Children.
Milu asks, how are you dealing with the increases in your community? Are there any downsides to having your current number of followers? How does it feel being on your side of this parasocial relationship we share?
Excellent question. It's been amazing.
Yeah.
It's been so cool.
Yeah.
I can't think of any, downsides.
Not really. We haven't... I kind of expect... if not yet, that eventually I have it in my head to expect that we will reach a level of notoriety that will start getting trolls online, which hasn't really happened.
We've definitely gotten, more rude or I hesitate to even say aggressive.
More internet-y comments.
Yeah, we've gotten messages before and comments and things that were less friendly or just a bit more awkward. So we've definitely gotten interactions like that were not pleasant.
Sure.
But they never they haven't pinged my radar in the past. I guess that's partially lying. I still remember a bunch of them. So,
but it hasn't become a thing as our followers have increased.
It's even if I remember them, it hasn't colored my experience of having fans.
I think the current size of the community has allowed us to do things like our Discord. Mm-hmm. We can do something like Discord because we have an expansive community that will fill that space. Yeah, so
it's super awesome. It's definitely, we have conversations about the parasocial aspect of it from time to time of
sure.
How much is too friendly for a person we don't actually know and doesn't actually know us.
Right, and just keeping that in mind.
Yeah, are we is this crossing some line that we shouldn't be crossing because we've never had to ask that question in our lives before? But typically, I don't know, it's pretty fine. We don't typically run into a lot of issues.
Yeah, no, it's great. Mm-hmm. Thumbs up all around.
Absolutely.
Way to go, community.
Yeah, thank you.
Way to go, Milu.
Next is Jill, who asks, if you could ask a question on the year-end questionnaire of your favorite podcast, what would it be?
Clever.
Yeah.
What's my favorite podcast? I haven't been listening to a lot of other podcasts recently. It'd be this one.
My favorite podcast, even though they haven't been podcasting as much lately, but they still do make content, is the Acquisitions Incorporated Penny Arcade D&D.
Oh, yeah.
That's the only one that I've listened to multiple times. Like I've listened to Magnus Archives a couple of times, but Penny Arcade, Acquisitions Incorporated is my favorite D&D thing.
If they did an end of the year Q&A, what would you ask them?
I think I'd want to know, and I've heard other D&D, online D&D people talk about this, but how different does the stage game feel from your home game?
Yeah.
Like, I'm sure it's tons of fun, but is it fun in a completely different way because you're performing? Even if it's ad lib, you're still performing on stage literally before hundreds of people.
Yeah. Actually, I do. That does make me think. So I don't listen to Critical Role as a podcast, but I do keep up with Critical Role, and I watch the shows. And I did not too long ago think of a question because I was watching one of their live Q&As, and I was like, what would my question be? To try to find a question that maybe they haven't been asked before. And the one I came up with is that fans often talk about this player is my favorite because they do this, or wow, this player is so impressive because of blah, blah, blah. I would want to ask, what do each of you find most impressive and admirable about your fellow players?
Yeah.
Like, not from the audience perspective. What do you think is the coolest, most impressive thing about the person who sits next to you at the table?
Yes.
And I think that'd be a pretty cool insight to get.
That would be a fun one.
Good question. Very meta. Our next question is from Serpentine, who asks, "Hey, how you guys been? Doing all right? Any big personal developments you want to share?"
Hey, Serpentine.
Hi, Serpentine.
Doing all right.
Yeah.
Busy with the holiday stuff. Got lots going on.
Yeah,
so
we're in crunch time.
been in crunch time.
Getting stuff done before the holiday sets in.
And so I often find when I'm asked that question that my answer that I want to give is I'm doing fine and I am all right, even if some days I've been very stressed.
Yes.
Like,
On the whole, doing okay.
yep. But there are definitely things and that's my brain compartmentalizes a bunch. So generally I'm doing fine. And even some of the stressful stuff is still good stuff. It's just a lot. Any big personal developments? The only one I have is that I have recently started trying ADHD medication.
Oh, yeah. How's that go? I haven't actually asked. How's it going,
Yeah,
Will?
this for the first time in over 20 years. I am trying ADHD. I took Ritalin back in the 90s.
Yeah, I was on Ritalin and then Adderall as a kid.
Yep. And it worked for me, but I did not like the after effects, so we stopped taking it. My parents took me off, and I have not taken it since I was in elementary school, like in 3rd grade. And I've tried again. This one is an antidepressant variety, so I haven't tried a stimulus one like Adderall again. So far, I haven't felt any effects.
All right.
Which I was nervous to start it because I hadn't taken it in a while, and I'm like, is this going to change who I am? Is this going to make me not Will?
Yep. You're going to start liking turtles.
Yeah, well, it's been a weird, disappointment that it's not doing anything, and also whew, okay.
Right. Still me.
It didn't work. Oh, but also, hey, it didn't do anything.
Right.
So
that's a journey.
Yeah, still in the trial process, but I'm exploring that option, so we'll see how that goes.
Best of luck.
That cycles back to the managing myself as my own employee.
Yep.
That's what led us to this point. Next question is from Ahmad, who says, "Creating an animal from just bones is a work of imagination. What animal living today would you not be able to recognize if you have only the bones? Similarly, what fossil animal are you 100% sure how it looked with flesh, skin, and hair/feathers?"
Ooh, an interesting... There are a ton of animals today that their skeleton does not look the way that they look on the outside.
Lots of fish.
Lots of fish. Being at the museum, red panda skeletons do not look like a red panda because they're covered in fluff.
Yeah, I'd say a lot of your fluffy animals, birds included.
Absolutely. Like an owl.
That's what I was about to say.
That'll go around the internet every now and then.
All the time. And I had that moment with Anna just the other day where I was like, this is what an owl's skull looks like. Cartoons and their face makes it look like their beak is pointed down. Like they have a flat face with their beak at the bottom. But no, they just have a bird face. Yeah. They've just got flat feathers. Super
fluffy. Similarly, whales, the skulls especially, like whale skulls are very bizarre looking. So yeah, there's a bunch of animals that the skeleton does not really seem to represent what the outside looks like.
Yeah. Birds, I think, would be probably my top vote, just because plumage can be so ridiculously huge in the form, in the shape of the animal, but also variable. Like, even in the same group, different species of birds can be vastly different profiles because this one has long feathers and that one has short feathers. If you looked at their skeletons, they would be almost identical because they're very closely related, but their feathers aren't, so they look like just completely different birds.
I feel like there's also a slightly cheaty answer to be given with, like, sharks.
Yep.
Where there's not a whole lot of bone often left behind. As far as fossil animals, I mean, the best ones are the ones that have very similar things today, like crocodilians.
Yes.
Where crocodilian skulls tend to not have very much covering them, and the face looks a lot like the skull.
Yeah, that's basically their because there's nothing in between the skin and the bones.
And the body of crocodilians tends to just look like the body of a crocodilian.
Yep.
So any fossil croc like Dinosuchus or Sarcosuchus, I feel like we can be pretty sure of at least the shape of that animal.
Yeah, we have to guess at the colors, but the shape and overall girth is probably going to be pretty close to what we're going with.
Kaysen asks, how much complex math was involved in your careers?
Ooh.
Not much.
For paleontology, not much.
Now, for us, it's not much by choice.
Yes.
Because you can choose. You can do hardcore statistics and all sorts of different algorithm analyses and things in paleontology if you want to. We did not.
In college, though, I did pursue a lot of math courses. So I am very happy with math, even though I don't use it professionally almost ever. But I took tons of physics courses and astronomy courses and did lots of... I never did calculus. It was all algebra based. So
funnily enough, I did calculus. Yep. I didn't need it. I didn't use it for anything, but I did it.
We had a calculus course, and I remember there was one point where it's like I could either learn what that is, because I still don't actually fully have a comprehension of how calculus works, or I could take this other elective that I want to take. So I never learned calculus.
Yep.
CJ would like to know, what would you say the first really scary land predator would have been after the KPG extinction?
Ooh, the first really scary land predator. Well, if I'm thinking scary for us, probably wouldn't have been until, the early large predatory mammals or some of those early predatory birds.
Yes.
But scary across the board, and there were still sharks, and there were still, terrifying spiders. There would still have been, venomous snakes, animals that are very effective and intimidating predators, even if not predators of me.
Yeah. There were also terrestrial crocs, not too
And there were
far
terrestrial.
after.
This is true. Yep,
So a number of continents had terrestrial crocs, and some of them that got decent sized and could actually be pretty scary to even something our size.
Yeah. Lily asks, what is your guys' favorite domesticated animal? Also, my roommates and I are planning a trip to the Gray Fossil site. Is there anything we should definitely do while we're there?
Ooh.
Yeah, so to answer the second one, if you're coming to visit the Gray Fossil site, feel free to let us know. If we're around, we'll say hi.
Yes.
Also, while you're here, go check out the Gray Fossil site. What is our favorite domesticated animal?
Favorite domesticated animal? I mean, cats and dogs are pretty,
Sure.
have a pretty close relationship with them.
My favorite domesticated animal is sitting behind me.
Yes.
She's the best.
Mine's in Georgia. I'm trying to think of other things we've domesticated that Clydesdale horses. I think Clydesdale horses are one of the coolest looking animals on our planet. That's just, they look majestic and powerful and stoic, and they've just got this awesome, they can't have a beard, but they've got the just mane that's... They look so cool, and they've got the furry hoofs. Clydesdales are awesome.
Yeah, that's a pretty good choice.
Yeah. Next question is from James. If you could create one hybrid animal, like in D&D, a wizard did it, what would it be?
Ooh, bat snake. Snake wings. Whale snake. I don't even know what that. Just a giant. Just a sea serpent. Giant ocean-going snake with huge.
They use their elastic jaw and stomach to filter feed.
Yeah.
A big baleen whale.
The whole way down. All the filtration
just like a clown balloon at that point. I honestly, I would want to go the same route with Crocs, but I can't think of
something that will make them better.
Yeah, I can't think of what I want to add. Crocs and
what do you give to the lineage that has everything?
Crocs and wolves. Give me some social running Crocs.
Yeah.
I want a pack of wolf Crocs.
That'd be Crocs and African wild dogs.
Yes, there we go.
Yeah.
Give me hunting Crocs, and we will call it a day.
Yeah. Dragonfly squid. Just start yelling out awesome animals and put them in. I don't even know what that looks like. Fan artists out there, make some of these hybrid animals.
Whenever we do our speculative channel, there's another series of here's a randomized list of animals, and here's a randomized list of animals,
and then just put them together.
And now, okay, how would that be ecologically?
Oh man, will it blend? Next up, Zabby asks, is the modern Komodo dragon a relic population of Megalania that underwent island dwarfism? Why or why not?
All right.
We discussed this,
did
actually,
indeed.
back in our Monitors episode 143. And the short answer turns out to be no, probably not.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like the evidence supports that.
Separate lineage. And for more details, go check that out in a Monitors episode.
Indeed. Next, we have Cambroda.
Trainer Cambroda.
Trainer Cambroda, what is your favorite and least favorite new Pokemon in Scarlet and Violet?
Ooh, this is dangerous. This is a dangerous question. The internet has really gone nuts for this Pokemon, but I loved it even before I knew that. Tinkaton is so cool.
Tinkaton is great.
I really like Tinkaton. I'm so happy with Tinkaton. It makes me very, very giddy. Orthworm I quite liked. I like the big steel worm snake.
I like that it looks like a bullet train.
Yeah, it does.
Yep.
I do like that. The legends are cool. Mm-hmm. Miraidon, I really like Miraidon.
Mm-hmm. The top of my list is Skeledirge.
Sure. Makes sense.
Because
of course.
It's beautiful.
Skeledirge is very cool.
Oh.
As far as least favorite, I don't often have a least favorite. I like all Pokemon like they're my children. But
because he has to.
There was a Pokemon in the game that I did experience a reaction to where I saw it for the first time and I went, oh, really? And I don't know if you've even seen this one because you weren't there when this happened. This was one of the Paradox Pokemon.
Yeah, okay, go.
It's called Sandy Shocks.
Yep.
And
that's the one I was going to say because I did look them up even though I missed your playthrough.
It came up in the game and I went, huh.
Yep.
And that's about the extent of the thoughts I've had on Sandy Shocks.
Yep. Mine was very much along the lines of, okay, I get what you're going for. I disagree.
Yeah, that's pretty much, I get it. I see what you were doing.
I would have voted the other way.
I'm not completely on board with that.
Yes.
Overall, I really like the selection of Pokemon in Gen 9.
Good group.
Very happy with it.
Even with Koraidon's weird wheel butt.
It does have a weird butt. A weird wheel butt. Ben asks, if you could travel back in time to witness one specific phenomenon or event, what would it be? As an example, I would love to go back and witness a sauropod grave site from its inception to its decomposition. That's a cool choice.
That is very cool. The first thing that popped in my mind, this isn't my serious answer, but I went, oh, what movies would I want to see when they open? Like,
go back and see Alien.
Be super cool opening night and see I'd already know, but everyone else's reaction to the chest burster the first time ever.
That's true.
That would be very cool. That's not quite in the spirit of what I think you were asking.
I want to go stand next to the first person that ever saw a whale.
Yeah.
And just, what did that person think?
Comments, Captain Ahab?
Similar to the gravesite, which is a very cool answer. It'd be very cool to go back and watch certain extinct predators hunt.
Yes.
Like, I'd love to see Anomalocaris hunt. Or even, Dromaeosaurs or T-Rex. Like, what did you look like on the hunt?
Yeah. Mating displays would also be.
Yeah.
Like courtship displays. Or interactions or behavior, whatever they did, would be very interesting. Especially for ones like sauropods again. Like, not only would we finally get the answer to how did you mate? Like, how do you physically achieve?
Yes. How'd you do this?
Because we don't know. But also, like, did you do weird stuff? Were you neck fighting? Were you doing neck dances?
Yeah.
Were you, like, using your tail in weird ways?
I think I've said this on the podcast before. I would be utterly thrilled just to go back and stand next to a sauropod.
Yes.
Just to stand in one place and let a herd of sauropods walk past me and just be utterly dwarfed.
Yep.
And what did they sound like?
Just to hear it breathe.
Did the ground shake when they walked? Were they very oddly silent?
Like elephants?
Like elephants? Did they make noise? Like just to be next to it. Oh, also, it is very tempting to say the KPG impact.
Yep.
Just to be far enough away that there's time for me to teleport back home.
Yep, and with eclipse glasses.
Yes, with a hazmat suit.
Yeah. I would like to be able to see.
Need a refrigerator to crawl into.
Our next question is from Andy the Neanderthal. What aspect of paleontology would you each choose to investigate if given a generous research grant? Your research project's end product could be an academic paper or a TV documentary film or perhaps even a podcast.
Oh, that's a very articulate question for a Neanderthal. Oh man, that's a really good. Really, my go-to thing would be to do some sort of research and then documentary or something on science communication.
Yes, that would be very cool.
The way paleontology information is brought out to the public, or the way that it is portrayed in pop culture, like silver screen science, but as a research grant and then a documentary series or something, and just sort of follow the information and how it warps as it goes into different sections of society.
Even if it was just focused on dinosaurs, like even if
Absolutely.
we just said, all right, here's why Iguanodon used to look like that and now looks like this. Here's what happened and why you have these images, like art, media, film, and go through all the things. Basically explain to the people watching why they have the thoughts they have.
Yes, absolutely.
That would be tons of fun. And it would be great to especially do some research and get some numbers, do questionnaires and surveys.
And that's been done.
Yeah.
Absolutely, that has been done academically. We would not be the first.
No, but to like bolster that and take some targeted studies for what we'd be wanting to discuss and have it, study things for the documentary.
Yes.
Would be very cool.
Absolutely. Yanis asks, have you ever played any paleo video games? Also, could you say Saurophaganax Maximus because it's an epic name?
I can't say that name.
No, that's a very difficult name to pronounce.
That is too much for me.
Paleo video games.
I have not played many. I had Turok for the first Xbox, and like many early Xbox games, it was not well balanced. Like I got stuck on some part because I couldn't figure out what the game wanted me to do, and I couldn't progress, so I never played that one all the way through. I think I finally found a Game Shark, for anyone who remembers Game Sharks.
I do.
I think I finally found one so I could play other levels, and I was like, I'll go to the end and fight the T-Rex, and then just died. So I played that a bit, and I've played a bunch of the Jurassic Park games. The park creator games that they've made over the years, and those are fun. I
played a bit of Saurian, and I've played a bit of some of those Jurassic Park stuff. Like I had some Jurassic Park computer games back in the day, and those were fun.
There was one really cool one for once again for Xbox that once you beat the game, it had an option where you could just make an island without a park. And the thing I loved is that the animals had AI. So if you made a whole bunch of Triceratops or something, they would naturally herd together.
Cool.
You didn't have to put them in a pen together. They would herd. And so you could make like natural barriers. You can make a mountain range and separate two halves of the island and stuff. And also the predators would hunt. So I just made a nature reserve, and it was very cool.
That's cool. Oh, also, Magic School Bus in the Time of the Dinosaurs. I used to play those Magic School Bus computer games all the time.
Oh, there's a memory from like childhood rushed in when you said that. I don't remember what it was called, but it was like an interactive storybook game, where you move from scene to scene, and then you can like interact with things in the scene of the story. And this one was a dinosaur story, but it was like little humanoid dinosaurs, and they were going camping together, and they got scared by noises at the night and everything.
Huh.
I don't remember the name of it because I was too little to recall the name, but I played that thing so many times. If anyone has any clue what I'm talking about and has the name,
let us know.
Share it, because it was adorable, and you could just click on stuff and they'd move and things would happen in the scene.
Cool.
It was great. Billy inquires, if you wanted to play a dinosaur person in Dungeons and Dragons, what race would you use? I am torn between Aarakocra and lizard folk myself.
Ooh, interesting question. An Aarakocra is a dinosaur person.
Yes, technically speaking.
That's a bird person. Lizard folk would probably be a better fit for if you wanted to do, a theropod type thing. My answer is that I would come up with my own homebrew dinosaur race, and then I would get carried away with it and end up creating numerous different race options that were based on different kinds of dinosaurs.
Yep.
There'd be a sauropod sub-race, and there'd be horned dinosaurs and stegosaurs and theropods, and then I would never use it.
Yep. Another alternative for you to chew on is a turtle and chylosaur person.
Oh, that's a cool idea.
There you go. And just add a tail weapon feature to your racial trait.
Absolutely. Oh, yeah. So chew on that.
Personally, if I were going Theropod, I would do lizard folk, but I also love lizard folk, so any excuse I can get to play one, I will take.
Yeah.
So.
No, makes sense. Madeline says, as a fellow Southerner and a woman, I really appreciated your acknowledgement of the Roe v. Wade decision earlier this year. Do you intend to do more activism through your platform?
Oh, thank you. We're glad you appreciate it. And we absolutely are open to helping with other causes in the future. We don't have anything like planned. All the times that we've stepped in as the podcast to try to support something, it was in response to things happening in the world at the time. So there's nothing that we currently have like targeted as that's what we're going to do next. It also does depend on where our finances are at the time.
Because we like to support, we like to make donations, and we like to use our platform to encourage others if they want to do the same.
So almost assuredly.
Probably more stuff will come up in the future.
But no news right now as to what we might be doing.
Yes, stay tuned.
Jennifer would like to know, David, what is it that makes you think?
So Jennifer is specifically addressing the story that I've alluded to on the podcast before. I think I've told this story on Patreon.
Yeah, maybe.
Shall I tell the story?
Yeah, I think
for
so.
Oliver? All right. So if you've listened for a while, you've probably heard me reference this. And I think I've said stuff like, if you want to hear that story, let me know. This is a story, the Makes You Think story, is the story of one of my favorite interactions I've ever had with a child. This was when I was working in a nature center. A while ago, we used to do these educational event days where it would be like a camp. And we'd have kids come in and we'd just do activities with them over the course of the day, like a science camp. And this particular day, I had a great group of kids who were like ages 8 through 12, I think. So late elementary school, middle school. And we were doing all sorts of cool activities. And it was a great day because the activities were fun. The kids were all really into it. I had a great assistant named Mark who was helping me out with stuff. We had just done an activity where we were talking about buoyancy and density, and the kids kept asking great questions, and we spun off into like optics and physics and light, and they were eating it up, and Mark was drawing diagrams on the board, and it was great. Everyone was having fun. And then it was lunchtime, so I was like, all right, this is awesome, but we have to keep on schedule, so...
You must eat.
Everybody get your lunch, and me and Mark were going to take turns. I would go eat lunch myself while he stayed with the kids, and they ate lunch. And then after they were done with lunch, I came back to take the kids out for a recess to go run around in the field for a bit while Mark went to eat his lunch. So I came back to the room, and I discovered that a certain subsection of the kids had continued their science-y investigations with Mark. And Mark was like all into space and astronomy and stuff. So I came in and Mark was regaling this small group of like 5 of the kids with just cosmic science and all sorts of things about the universe. And the kids were having a great time. And then I came in and I was like, all right, recess time. So Mark finished what he was saying and then he left to go eat lunch. And I told all the kids, all right, everybody come line up. And one of the kids, his name was Stephanos. He was probably about 9 years old. He was this short, baby-faced kid, and his baby face was surrounded by this curly brown hair. He was a very cute kid. He had been over in the little corner where Mark was telling them all sorts of cool science stuff. And I was standing by the door waiting for the kids to line up. And Stephanos walked up to me with this wide-eyed, delighted look on his face, as though he had glimpsed the secret inner workings of the universe and was hungry for more. He had spent half an hour just learning, having his mind blown, and he wanted more of it. And he walked up to me and he said, hey. And I said, hey, Stephanos. And he said, dogs have 4 legs. And I said, that's true. And he looked around the room and he looked back at me and said, chairs have 4 legs. And I said, yeah. And he said, with this big grin on his baby face, but we don't call dogs chairs. And I said, that's right. and he leaned in and said, "Makes you think." And it's my favorite interaction I've ever had with a child, I think. And I said, "You're right. It does make me think." And I hope that kid is in a science department somewhere or in philosophy.
Thinking about chairs.
Just thinking. There was a brief period of time where I was campaigning for "Makes You Think" to be the tagline for the podcast.
Yep.
Common Descent Podcast. Makes you think. So shout out to Stephanos. wherever that kid is now.
It is lovely watching kids' minds work through new information and try to use new skills.
Fantastic. Thank you, Jennifer, for encouraging that story. Next question is from Luke. What do you think the impact would have been if Homo erectus had reached Australia? Ooh, bad, probably.
Probably. Yeah, I don't know how they would have interacted with the Australian wildlife at that time. So it would have been a major shift.
I would wonder if that would have led to a greater diversity of descendant human species or subspecies from Homo erectus.
Yes, that's what I was just starting to think.
Would there have been a unique Australian lineage of Homo erectus or their descendants?
Which, if Homo erectus persisted there, almost certainly, or some, close equivalent.
Yeah.
They might have branched off in a very different way, potentially, with that isolation.
They might not have lasted once Homo sapiens went over there.
Yep.
Being native fauna and all that.
And considering what we tend to do to those things.
Yeah. So, interesting.
Yeah. Next up is TJ. In James Patterson's sci-fi novel, Zoo, there's a form of eusociality across mammal species. I know there's a lot of monstrification involved in that, but I was wondering if there's any way there could be eusociality across different species, and how would you fine gentlemen evolve the idea?
Interesting. So eusociality, where instead of there being different castes within this population, I guess different species serving as the different castes within the population. It makes me think of Planet of the Apes, where you've got gorillas and orangutans and chimps in a society, each with different roles in the society.
Yes. And the first thought I had was, in a very pseudo way, we kind of have that with dogs and even cats.
Yeah.
But like, especially dogs, where not entirely and not mindlessly, but dogs very often will sacrifice themselves because we've bred them to have that level of loyalty and devotion to their task, will be self-sacrificial to get the job done that they are set out to do for the benefit of the greater human community that they are living among. Yeah. So like, that is, that's not...
It's not quite there, but it's on the way. Well, and domesticated animals in general, outside of humans, I would wonder if something like that couldn't show up from cases of really intimate symbiotic relationships. Yeah. Like corals or coral reefs even. There are certainly examples in the world today where different species work together or have evolved to work together, whether they're doing it sort of consciously or not, to this species does this behavior and this other species takes advantage of it and they kind of tolerate each other. So perhaps some sort of symbiosis that becomes extreme over time.
Yeah. And so you need a situation where they are in close relation like symbionts.
And that their evolutionary selective paths are aligned.
Yeah. And then eusociality would have to come up, I think. So I think the other thought I had was muskrats and beavers, where muskrats will live inside the lodge with the beavers, and they don't help build the lodge, but they will help stock it, and they will help, even maintain the cleanliness a bit. And so you have a kind of cooperative, kind of, beneficial to both. Yeah. That if the muskrats became reliant to survive upon beavers, that outside of a beaver den, muskrats just can't.
Right. They have to reproduce within the beaver den.
Yep.
And that's the only place.
And then they start becoming super beneficial to the beavers while they're in there. Now you have a symbiotic relationship that's not going to split up.
Yeah.
You know, it's not just...
now you're like lichens.
Exactly.
You're stuck together.
So now if beaver communities grow and you have a eusocial beaver lodge or something, you could have muskrat drones that are helping maintain the lodge and are breeding, but they're not actually in charge of what's happening.
Yeah. So it's fun because it doesn't seem quite as far-fetched as it initially feels, but also I'm sure that it hasn't happened.
Yes.
Which makes one wonder if it could happen.
Yeah. We only have the one eusocial mammal with naked mole rats as far as we know, and that you'd need that to happen again with a different group of mammals that also has a very close relationship with another group of mammals.
Yes. So maybe someday. Michael asks, aside from the fossil sites you've already covered, what are some of your favorite fossil sites or formations that you hope to cover in future episodes?
Oh, very good question.
There's a lot of cool formations and fossil sites. There's a lot of famous places like the Messel Pit in Germany, the Gogo Formation in Australia, the Kem Beds in Africa, it's not coming to me, but the old Triassic South American formations where you get some of the earliest dinosaur fossils. There's tons. There's the trilobite beds up in New York. There are all sorts of cool fossil deposits.
Yeah, there's plenty for us to continue to talk about. So any of those, really.
Yeah, so suggest them.
I don't have a particular preference of one that I'm specifically excited for.
Yeah, whatever croc formation is out there.
Next is Adrian, who says, as I've studied natural history, I sometimes find that I chase my curiosity all the way to the point where answers are not yet known by science. In the area of paleontology/natural history, what mysteries have you hooked waiting for an answer?
Ooh. I first thought origins of life.
Yeah.
Boy, that'd be cool. Actually, even more than that, life elsewhere. Extraterrestrial life.
Yep.
Are we going to find evidence of life currently or having in the past existed on Mars or some other body in the solar system? That's one for me that is like, that I will be a little disappointed if I die and we still haven't gotten an answer to that question.
Yes.
Because it's so possible for us to find that evidence in my lifetime. When I'm on my deathbed, I'm going to be like, come on, NASA, quick, come on. I'm running out of time.
Absolutely, to those big questions. Life definitely is a big one for me as well. I also find that while researching episodes, I'll get stuck on little ones where like I'll be curious of like how what do we think that this one might have like walked like or something, or like I'm having trouble picturing the posture or anatomy that you're describing for this animal, and then I can't find any description or art of like how that one might have stood, just because that's either not been discussed regularly enough to reach it someplace I'd find it, or we don't have enough of it to know. And those often are like, well, I can't form my mental image of this extinct organism well because I haven't been able to find one that will let me form it.
Yeah. Next up, Peter asks, what was your favorite news piece this year? And Jesse similarly asks, what were some of your favorite studies you featured on the news this year?
This question is always tough because I definitely forget a lot of our newses.
Yep. And if I remember them, I don't always remember what year they were.
Nope.
Was it this year or a previous year? There was a ton of cool news. Like there was a lot of really cool dinosaur stuff this year.
Yeah, like I'll remember
dinosaur eggs. There was that news, very recent news about the viviparous snake from the Messel Pits. That's super cool.
That's very
definitely
cool.
Top way up at the top of my list.
You mentioned dinosaur eggs, and I think the soft shell news
that sounds like it was probably this year.
Yeah, was that this year? If so,
sure.
That was super cool.
I think this year we also got the egg-in-egg pathology from a dinosaur egg. So those are some cool ones.
See, that's what will happen with me is a topic will come up and I'll suddenly go, hey, I have a memory of us talking about that in the news. But if you asked, just for me to think of that news without prompting, it's not in my brain until the topic comes back up. Next question from Jackson. Imagine building a team of adventurers to go on a quest, Final Fantasy style, with 3 prehistoric animals. What 3 prehistoric animals would be on your team?
Oh, interesting. So we need a bruiser.
Yep. A tank.
A tank and a sneak.
Yep.
Right, a rogue. Healer is probably going to be hard to find.
Yeah, not really healer, but...
So a wizard.
Yes.
Something long range. You got to have a mount.
Yes.
Right, one of them's got to be a mount. So like a ceratopsian.
That ceratopsian would be very cool.
Something I could ride around. Or like an indricathere.
Mm-hmm. Any of the really big pachyderms would also be cool.
Yep. Something like a dromaeosaur or a cat would be a good scout.
Yep.
Go send it in places to retrieve things or to scope things out.
That's your stealth and your striker.
Yep.
Well, another cool thing for a scout would be something flying.
Yeah.
Like reconnaissance. So you have your thing with sharp teeth, and then you have a little early bird or something.
Yeah. Are we going to be
small pterosaur to send out and scout the area?
Yep. Well, you could have a messenger for sending to send for help, things like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I will cheat and say a Neanderthal and a Denisovan and an ancient human, and then we'll just be a team.
Yep.
We'll get them costumes and everything.
I think for me, I would want to go with Stegodon, big elephant, because that then lets me cheat and have a mount and a dexterous, smart.
That's the whole team.
Yep,
that's the whole team right there, and a tank.
Yep, I'm good to go. And then I will just have little fun friends,
and then pets.
Yeah,
familiars.
I have a little Simosuchus to be my little lap croc. And then I'll have a little pterosaur.
Yeah, that's great. Nolan says, everyone has that one topic that they're obsessed with and could talk about at length at any time. What's yours? FYI, just saying paleontology is too easy because, well, obviously.
We kind of have made that the career.
Yeah.
For me, it definitely shifts which one I would name depending on what phase I'm in my hobbies.
Yes.
Lego.
Sure.
I could talk about Lego nonstop if you let me. Star Wars is definitely up there for me, and Aliens and Predators are probably the other one that those are the ones I could nerd out about at the drop of a hat.
I could definitely talk at length about like linguistics, language studies, things like that. I could certainly do something like the Marvel movies.
Oh, yeah.
And just go on a long tirade about whatever storyline. My go-to number one for as far as fandoms and stuff go is absolutely Pokemon.
Yep.
I could talk about Pokemon all day. Easy.
Yeah. It makes me think of I've seen this going around on TikTok, what thing could you give a presentation on, a 40-minute presentation on without any preparation?
Yep.
These things.
Yes. Oh, yeah. If someone's like, can you talk for 40 minutes about Pokemon? And I would go, 40 minutes? Sure, all right. What part? What do you want me to leave out?
Next, we have another 2 questions that go well together. Lassie asks, what are the best snake and croc Pokemon?
Ooh.
And Joe would like to know, Will, what do you think of Fuecoco line in the new Pokemon games?
Good question. So there's a bunch of crocs. Croc Pokemon, Totodile line, Sandile line, and Fuecoco line now.
Oh, beautiful.
Fuecoco line is awesome.
I love the Fuecoco line. I think Fuecoco is adorable and just the cutest little bean. And then all the way at the end, Skeletor just awesome.
Very cool.
So
very cool. I like all the croc Pokemon. Feraligatr is super cool.
I used to be much harsher on Feraligatr back in the day because it doesn't look crocky particularly.
Yeah.
Like Totodile's adorable and fine, and it looks like a little standing up croc. But then by the time you get to Feraligatr, you have these big long arms and this
Yeah, it's a kaiju alligator.
And a very tall face, but not a long face. But it's still cool. Like, you still look cool. You look like a kaiju. You're this awesome reptile dude. Not very alligatory, but you're cool enough. I welcome you.
As far as snake Pokemon, there's a bunch of cool snake Pokemon. I really like Serperior.
Mm-hmm.
And I quite like Seviper.
Yes.
I think Seviper is very cool. I never think... Well, so when I think of snake Pokemon, I think of the ones that are based on actual snakes.
Yep.
Like Arbok and Seviper and Serperior. Technically, Onyx and Steelix are called snake. They're called the rock snake and the iron snake. And Steelix is the best Pokemon not named Mewtwo. Steelix is great. Steelix is my absolute... I love Steelix, but I don't think of it as a snake Pokemon.
Yeah.
Because it's not really like an actual snake.
Other than the fact that you're long, there's nothing snaky about it.
Yeah, so Serperior is often my go-to favorite snake Pokemon.
As far as my favorite, the Crocodile, Sandile to Crocodile, that's my favorite. I think they are fantastic. I like them a lot.
Yeah, very cool.
Because they're crocky all the way through. That's why I like them. They look like crocs every step of the way. They do not get more or less crocky, which both of the others do.
Yeah.
One gets more crocky, the other gets less crocky.
Jenny asks, if humans never existed, what would Earth be like today?
A lot greener.
Yep. More biodiverse.
More biodiverse.
There'd be less intermixing of species between the continents.
Yeah.
We've talked about this before, that there has been so much throughout human history of moving things around across continents, not only with animals, but also with plants, that there are certain species of plants that I know archaeologists and archaeobotanists have a hard time figuring out where they came from.
Yep.
Because they've been spread so much around the world by people.
Yes. But by and large, it would probably look fairly similar, just more diverse, more lush, healthier ecosystems. But a lot of the big weird things that went extinct were not for sure because of us.
Right. Some of those, in fact, perhaps many of those, likely would have been extinct anyway.
Yeah, so we very likely, or at least very potentially, would still not have mammoths or saber-toothed cats and stuff like that. Mm-hmm. So it might not be as weird looking, as it looks today as you might think. We would have stuff like stellar sea cow.
Absolutely.
So like have
a lot of island species would still be around.
Dodos would probably still be around.
Healthier ecosystems worldwide.
Mm-hmm.
Less lights.
More whales.
A lot more whales. Absolutely.
Yeah. Next up, Daniel would like to know, will you still be working at Gray over the next year? I am planning a visit sometime next year with the family.
Yes, I'll be there. Like I said before, if you're going to come visit Gray, say hi. Mm-hmm. If you see us, say hi. Feel free to let us know that you're going to be coming by. We like saying hi and meeting some of our fans.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'll be there. I'm there all the time. And if we know you're coming, maybe Will be there.
Yep, I'll drive over. I should leave the house sometime.
Speaking of Gray, the next question is from Sarah from the Prep Lab. Hi, Sarah. Sarah asks, what's the extinct animal you would most like to see made into a Pokemon?
Any mammal.
Yeah.
That's been my big thing for a while. It just, some extinct mammal would be very cool.
Yeah, ground sloth would be very cool. An Indrigathyr would be very cool.
Yep.
We've gotten mammoth-like things.
And we've got saber-toothed cat-shaped things.
Yup.
But like an actual fossil Pokemon that was based off of a extinct mammal would be really cool.
Yeah. I'd love to see some cool Paleozoic stuff. Mm-hmm. Like even a Trilobite.
Yep.
There hasn't really been a Trilobite Pokemon, especially if it was one of those weird spiky ones or with the ornamentation, or like one of those long-shelled nautiloids would make a very cool looking Pokemon. So those would be a lot of fun.
Yes. Something not from the Mesozoic.
Yes, no, that would be very cool. Also, I'd like to put the suggestion forward for like fossil plants. Mm-hmm. Like a Lepidodendron Pokemon. The Scale Tree. It could be Grass and Dragon or something cool. That'd be pretty fun.
Yeah. We've got another twofer. Clint asks, what are your favorite D&D monsters? And John asks, what are your favorite D&D creatures to encounter?
Ooh, there are a bunch of cool D&D monsters. I've gotten to use D&D monsters as a DM and also encounter a little bit. The classics like dragons are always fun.
That's probably my favorite, just because I like dragons.
They're so versatile and interesting. I really, in theory, like using mimics. It seems to not work very consistently. Will has reminded me that I really like Ankhegs. Yes, I've used Ankhegs a number of times, and I really like them. I always have a good time.
They're super cool.
I recently, in our campaign, I got to use the flail snail, and I was really excited to use the flail snail. Flail snail was fun. Wes asks, how would you speculatively evolve a legless mammal?
I would make it aquatic.
Yeah, the same way you evolve a legless anything as aquatic or fossorial.
Yes.
Like, it feels like, of the mammals we know, whales or, like, ferrets would be a good starting point.
Yes.
But make them do something where the limbs are in the way.
Yep. Yeah, aquatic is probably where I would lean, just since we've already seen that. Like, we've not seen full-blown limb loss for any terrestrial, like, digging mammals. They all still have very functional limbs because they're often that's what they're using to dig with.
That's what they're digging with. They don't have shovel faces like digging lizards.
But like whales, the fins are there to steer and everything, but the tail is doing all of the work for moving them forward through the water. So, like, I could absolutely see it that you could have one without front flippers still being able to function.
Yeah, especially if you gave it, like, I'm thinking of like an eel which undulates all the way down. Give them flaps off to the side so that their whole body can undulate, like a nudibranch.
Yep.
Swimming through the water. That'd be pretty cool.
Yeah. Stephanie asks, if you could assign a genre of music to different times in geological history, what would they be and why?
Ooh.
I wish I was more of a music person, because that's a fantastic question.
Same.
That is a fantastic question.
I like the image of a sort of serene early Paleozoic ocean with classical music playing.
Yeah. Though I would picture like the very earliest stuff should be like almost just the meditation music where it's barely there.
Yeah.
There's barely any music.
It would be super cool, and maybe someone's done this, to have a timeline of Earth history with music that tracks the diversity of life, and it starts out as just, a single note.
Yep.
Or very quiet, simple music, and then different instruments get added and different harmonies get incorporated as time goes on.
Yep.
Oh, that'd be pretty cool.
That'd be neat. We could cheat and say Rite of Spring.
Sure.
For Fantasia.
I don't know what the setup for this joke is, but the punchline is rock music.
I was going to say rock music for the Mesozoic.
Sure.
Mostly because of how it's perceived.
Yes.
But also it was a very active time for Earth life, like
very dramatic.
Very dramatic. So some cool rock music there.
Yeah. When humans show up, heavy metal and other jokes about human stuff.
And nowadays I'd say dubstep because it's just a mess.
Yes, and just some chaotic. It's just sandstorm. It gets faster and faster.
There's a whole genre of music that is that like purposely off-tempo music. Like I don't know what the name of it is, but
I don't know enough about.
There is that music that it very purposely does not follow a musical. That's what we're in right now.
Also, I would love to pick something like the Triassic period, or maybe also like the Ediacaran period, and go with like trance and techno.
Yes.
Just weird stuff.
Exactly. Absolutely. I also just had a picture of like that. I don't think I'm using swing. I don't think it's swing music, but like the 50s upbeat, like just that very right after the KPG for mammals.
Yes, absolutely.
Just finally be able to party.
I can see clearly now the rain is gone. Chris says, you've commented a few times about ancient animals for which we have no modern correlate in body shape or lifestyle. What about the reverse? What modern niches or lifestyles have no ancient correlates and are presumed to be new, unique, or unprecedented?
Well, I think the issue we run into that is depending on how literally you want to take no ancient representatives, because everything we have now has a fossil record.
Sure.
So there are, old examples.
Their ancestors.
Yes.
Were doing that same thing.
But as far as like just reaching farther back through time, the eye was the first thing that came to mind for me. Of like, I can't think of another other than ancestral eyes that we've seen shaped that way, seemed shaped a similar way. There's like woodpeckers that are doing a similar thing, but not at all with that anatomy.
There is a dinosaur whose name I don't remember. Are these the Scansoriopterigids? There are certain dinosaurs that have a long finger.
Oh, yes.
That have been suspected to maybe be doing something like that.
Yes, you're right.
So there might actually be a correlate. But then again, this is one of the tricky things also, is that so much that makes modern animals unique is stuff that doesn't fossilize.
Yes.
So it can be very difficult to know if that existed in the past.
Which also goes for when we describe something as not having a modern correlate. It might, if we were to see it with soft tissue and behaving.
Mm-hmm.
We might go, well, there's nothing like that today. And then you put all of the dressings on the skeleton.
And there it is.
And then it starts behaving, go, oh, you're just a cow.
Yes.
You're just a cow that was weird, but you're basically a herd animal or whatever it is. So we are also missing a lot of stuff that might make them more familiar. We just have the anatomy, and according to the anatomy, there's nothing quite with the face of a triceratops.
Yeah.
But they might behave in a way that we'd recognize.
I was trying to see if I can think of any particularly weird things today.
I mean, going back in our conversation, naked mole rats.
I had that thought too. Yeah. Eusocial mammals.
We haven't had any evidence that that's happened in the past either. Like, there's no evidence that seems to suggest that that's evolved before that. So that this could be, I have no clue. I don't want to even say it potentially, but could be the first ever instance of eusocial mammals.
Yeah, I'm sure there's something.
Next, Desert would like to know, during my outings, I scan the rocks everywhere I go, but I have no idea what I'm looking for, and then get frustrated that I can't find anything. What the heck am I looking for?
It's a good question. It depends on where you are.
Yes, very much so.
I'd love to say if you're scanning the rocks, you're looking for things that don't look like rocks, but that's also not true, depending on where you are and what you're looking for. Honestly, the best way to try to find fossils, if you're scanning your local rocks, is to look up what formation you're in, what kind of rocks you have, and what kind of fossils are found there.
Yes.
Because it really is very difficult to look at some rocks without any idea of what's supposed to be there and then find the thing that's supposed to be there.
Yes.
Like, if you already have an image in your head, now you're doing a seek and find. You know what to look for. So if you're surrounded by limestone, you want to look for aquatic things, and if it's whatever else, it's something different. If you're surrounded by igneous rocks, you're looking in vain. So I would say find out what fossils are found in your area and what fossils are found in the kind of rocks you're seeing. Go talk to a person at a museum or something if you need, and learn what to sort of make the key images to keep in your mind for when you're scanning.
Yes. And absolutely, like, even if you go with like a group of paleontologists to a road cut, which we've mentioned before is a great place to find small fossils because it's been recently cut out of the rock instead of eroded, which can often make your chances less likely because the erosion is destroying the stuff slowly as it's exposing it. So you might not notice it because it's already been worn away.
Yes.
But even when you go with a group of paleontologists to a road cut, it's still a lot of us picking up rocks and going,
And also, some of us are way better at finding stuff than others. It's just, some people are good at it or more practiced at it. I have never been very good at spotting fossils. I always find less than the other people that I'm with. I just, for whatever reason, I just don't.
Yeah.
It doesn't work well for me.
I've not had a ton of just sudden successes.
Yeah. Some people are the people that find something every time, and you go out there and they're like, hey, I found this new species. And it's like, Why? Who did you pay?
Why did we bring you?
Janelle asks, would the gizzard stones of big dinosaurs be audible if you were standing nearby?
Ooh, I mean, potentially.
Maybe.
Like, especially if you put your ear up to their belly. Like, you can hear stomach noises going on inside stuff, so I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah. I actually reached out to someone to ask this question.
Yeah?
Yep. I figured we happen to know somebody who works closely with large reptiles that have gizzard stones in their bellies. So I emailed Marissa,
Yeah.
who is the Dr. Tejas, who we talked to for Croc Month. And I asked, I said, can you hear gizzard stones in crocs and gators? And Marissa said, from my experience with crocs and alligators, you don't hear the stones when they eat, etc. With crocs and gators, their stomach mucosa is so thick, I could see it acting as a sound barrier.
Yeah, that it's not fluid enough to let them jostle and make a lot of noise.
So yeah, the closest thing that we know to someone who could have life experience for this, it sounds like probably not.
Yeah, which also makes sense. Like,
yeah, well, so you don't hear like the bones of food crunching around inside of a stomach. So
like our stomachs are decently soundproof until they gurgle, for some reason.
Yes.
Tater Boy says, in Pokemon Generation 1, the player comes across 2 intact fossils in Mount Moon, the Helix fossil and the Dome fossil. Would these 2 fossils be realistically found intact in the same formation in a mountainous cave like Mount Moon?
I love this question because I've thought about this.
Yeah.
This is a good... So is it realistic to find the Helix fossil and the Dome fossil intact and in the same place in Mount Moon? Yeah. Absolutely, I think.
Yeah.
Because they are both shallow ocean organisms.
Yep.
Mountains are often filled with limestone.
Mm-hmm.
Caves are often carved in limestone. Limestone forms in shallow oceans. That's the kind of sediment you'd expect to find real-life ammonoids and horseshoe crab type things. Those are also depositional environments that sometimes do preserve very intact specimens. So in terms of the environment and the kinds of fossils and the kinds of rocks you find in the mountain, yeah, absolutely you could find those both there.
Yeah, we have lots of examples of ocean fossils found in or on top of mountain ranges all the time in the real world.
Yeah, and that limestone and other stones that get pushed up there. Now, the really interesting question, if you dive into the Pokedex side of things, is that ammonite from the Helix fossil is inferred, if you connect various Pokedex entries to each other, to have lived about 100 million years ago, and Kabuto's Pokedex entries say that it dates back 300 million years, which would suggest either that you've got a gap of time, that they shouldn't be found in the same rock layers, but there are other Pokedex entries that say that Kabuto is still alive today.
Yes.
So presumably they have been around for 300 million years and thus could have overlapped 100 million years ago with ammonite.
Exactly. They date back that far, but they have been around the whole time.
Who was it that asked what's the topic we could talk about at length at a moment's notice? The next question is from David, who says, how did you two meet, and how did you come up with the podcast idea?
David, this was supposed to be for the listeners to ask us questions.
I'm curious
I don't remember.
what our story is.
Who are you?
What are we telling people these days? We met in grad school.
Yes.
We went to the same master's program. We became friends because we like the same movies and stuff.
And technically, I met you the summer before I went to grad school.
You met me the summer before I met you.
Yep.
And then years later, we thought we liked talking so much and we liked talking about paleontology stuff so much that we might as well do it more.
And it was during a time where both of us were doing jobs outside of paleontology. And so we were both stuck very much in we're still getting to educate, but we haven't gotten to talk or had reason to stay up to date on fossil stuff in a long time. And we were both feeling kind of itchy about it. And
we wanted to get back into more fossil stuff.
Yep. And the podcast was a nice reason to do that and way to get that energy out.
Yeah. Plus, we're two talkative white dudes, and that seems like it's a thing that pairs of talkative white dudes do.
It was expected.
We were actually past our time. We were behind schedule.
Next question from Chandra. Are modern ant societies the most complex natural societies apart from humans, or is there fossil evidence for more complex societies?
Ooh.
I'd say almost surely
Yes.
modern ant societies.
There is fossil evidence for ancient ant eusociality.
Yes.
So we know that they've been doing that for some time. But yeah, I don't know of anything else that even comes close to what ants are doing.
Yeah. And even with past ants, I've never heard of any evidence that showed that they were like surpassing today's ants in complexity.
Right.
Like, it's very likely that the most complex ants are the ones around today.
Yeah.
And even in comparison to the human society, they rival us at a lot of times.
Yes.
Like,
I wonder how ants fared across the Ice Age.
mm-hmm.
Like, I wonder if during the Miocene or Oligocene or something, were there even more diverse?
Yeah, did we lose a bunch?
Yeah, have we lost some of our ant society diversity? Who knows?
Yeah.
Daniel asks, given the wide range of reproductive methods among mammals today, how useful is phylogenetic bracketing when working out the reproduction of extinct mammal groups such as multituberculates? Can we determine with any confidence whether certain groups retained egg-laying versus live birth? We did talk about this a little bit in the episode 154, that it seems like what happened is that live birth evolved in the common ancestor of placentals and marsupials, and those two lineages inherited live birth, and outside of that, as far as we know, presumably egg-laying was retained like it is in monotremes today.
Yes.
So, to an extent, we can just, if you're within one of these two lineages, reasonably we can say live birth. If you are outside of one of those, we can reasonably say egg-laying. I don't know where multituberculates fall off the top of my head. I think they're outside those two groups, and therefore we might assume that they were egg layers.
Mm-hmm.
But live birth has also evolved repeatedly in numerous groups, so it's entirely possible it also evolved in multiple mammal lineages.
Which kind of answers the question of how useful is phylogenetic bracketing for determining ancient groups that we no longer have a modern representative of, like multituberculates. There's definitely inferences that we can draw from it that, according to our knowledge of mammal evolution, it's likely multituberculates were laying eggs, but they might have done something, evolved live birth on their own, and we just don't have the fossil evidence for that.
Yeah.
The bracketing wouldn't show that because that would be a separate event from the mammals we have today.
Yes, so it's partially useful.
Yes, so it can give us ideas, it can give us inklings. Like, it leans this way, that's probably, or at least what our current knowledge suggests was most likely.
Right. That's our best guess with what we have.
So we'll kind of hold that off to the side as, all right, this is the maybe that we're currently have on staff.
Mm-hmm.
But at some point we might find a multituberculate with little babies in its belly. And all right, well,
now we know.
there we go. That flips things on its head a bit. Next question from Aaron. What would be a Dream News headline or study title that you'd love to read in 2023?
Ooh.
I'm tempted to go back to the fully preserved Spinosaurus or T-Rex.
Just put an end to it.
That the news will be the discovery of the fossil we requested from the fossil record.
Yes.
in the previous question.
I do actually know 2 fossil headlines that will be available in 2023 that are both going to be pretty cool. There's 2 papers that just recently came out from the Gray Fossil site naming new species, and they will be circulating early next year.
I had a news headline that would be very satisfying to see is breaking news. Hollywood agrees. Feathered dinosaurs pretty cool.
Yes.
That would be nice.
Yes, that... I don't have a follow-up joke to that. Val asks, in your Tyrannosaurs episode, you said something about the size of the skull versus the size of the teeth. Do we know whether the skull got bigger first and then the teeth filled the available space, or if the teeth started getting bigger and the skull evolved to accommodate them? Are there examples in the fossil record of one trait that clearly facilitated or pushed the evolution of another trait in the same organism?
Ooh.
I don't know for T-Rex.
No, I do not know.
And the Tyrannosaurs. I don't know if we know if one started before the other. I do know that Tyrannosaurs often have very big heads. So it's very possible that the skull size got bigger and teeth followed, but I don't know if we see that in the fossil record specifically. There are definitely cases where we see traits sort of linked or responding to each other evolutionarily.
It is often, though, difficult to determine. It's, the chicken and egg scenario, that it can be tricky to determine which trait drove which one.
Yes.
Because if you're actually, if you were to actually watch it, even like with T-Rex, you probably wouldn't be able to go, oh, the head just got a little bit bigger, and now the teeth just got a little bit.
Right.
They're happening very hand in hand, unless you were to actually able to like slow-mo editor style evolution down and watch it literally.
Generation by generation.
Yes.
The evolution equivalent of frame by frame.
Yes. But if you just have the fossils, it's probably still going to be tricky to determine which is happening, and it could switch. You could have an earlier Tyrannosaur head start getting bigger and the teeth start following, but then a later one, the teeth get bigger for some reason, and then the head follows. So which one's driving which could change place as evolution goes on, depending on what it's being beneficial. Is it better to have big teeth or a big head is going to be the main selective pressure, and then the other's going to follow.
And we see that in some things like a lot of large animals like elephants and sauropods tend to have pillar-like legs, and that's very common for big animals. And some of that, legs moving underneath the body, legs being pillar-like, it can be very difficult to tease out. Is that something that evolved in response to them getting bigger, or is it something that evolved for some reason that allowed them to get bigger? Yeah, that's always very difficult.
Do you have that because you're big, or are you big because you had that? And that's why we say the chicken or egg. It's very tricky because really they are connected.
Yes.
Probably a little bit of both, depending on the animal and even the point in their evolution. Great questions we're getting.
Yeah.
Frank says, we know that certain Ice Age animal and plant species survived longer in certain places thanks to favorable microclimates, so-called refuge populations. Is something like this conceivable for dinosaurs, that in certain places certain non-avian dinosaur populations survived the KPG extinction for several generations, maybe even centuries or millennia, without being included in the fossil record?
Sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
That it is very unlikely that the KPG extinction, that everything that went extinct during that extinction went extinct the same year or decade or century. This would have been a protracted decline for a lot of ecosystems. Not every part of the world, not every ecosystem would have been impacted the same amount by what was going on at that time. So yeah, it's very possible that certain Cretaceous ecosystems, certain Cretaceous populations lasted longer than others. Yeah. How long they last, because the question says even centuries or millennia, that is unlikely to show up in the fossil record. That's a very short amount of time. From our perspective, it is instantaneous in the geologic record. But yeah, it could have been hundreds or thousands of years of gradually around the world things transitioning into Cenozoic ecosystems. Especially
if you think about environments that don't often preserve super well, like islands or something. Right? If a population of dinosaurs could have held on an island for us, we have lots of species on islands today that are the last remaining members of their groups. Yeah. And so you could have had that for a while, and then that island just eroded and didn't leave fossils, and we don't know that that island ever existed. Yeah.
Our next question comes from an old person.
Hey, I like those people.
What happened to punctuated equilibrium in the legacy of Stephen Jay Gould?
Oh, good question. That's kind of that was more from a either or scenario, like the concept that it was either punctuated equilibrium or consistent change.
Right. There was this period of time where there was a lot of back and forth between phyletic gradualism and punctuated equilibrium, as different ideas of the rates of evolutionary change. These days, punctuated equilibrium is still around.
Yes.
It is still referenced all the time. It isn't a hot topic debated idea like it was when Stephen Jay Gould was there to sort of, write dramatic essays and stuff about it, because now it's been incorporated into our general understanding of evolutionary history.
Precisely. It's not just the either or option. We know that evolution happens at different rates for different situations and different groups and different species, and sometimes it follows a more punctuated equilibrium pattern, other times it doesn't. So it's just kind of been folded into the general theory of evolution.
Yes, absolutely.
Next question from Kayla. Kayla, because it has an exclamation point.
It sure does. Some of our listeners are very enthusiastic.
What is a trait or organism that you're surprised hasn't evolved, to our knowledge, on our planet?
That's an interesting question.
I think flightless bats.
Yeah. Yes.
When I did the bat episode, I had that moment of like, hey, wait a minute.
Why aren't there flightless bats?
Yes.
What's the deal with that?
And for that matter, why don't we have fossils that seem like they were flightless pterosaurs?
Yes, that's the other one. Because birds become flightless left and right, and insects become flightless left and right.
Yes. Why is the ground not good enough for those two groups?
We left.
We've ascended above it.
Yeah, that'd be my go-to answer. And it's a question we've asked here on the podcast. Helen asks, the spooky verse is now inhabited by many different and varied creatures. How would they interact with one another?
Good question.
A lot of them would prey on each other.
Yes.
We've created a lot of scary animals.
I was about to say, by the nature of spooky, many of them are predatory and dangerous. But also, depending on how we viewed the way they were in the world, they could also be fairly rare. Like a number of them might not be super common, or there might only be a few species of them. Yeah. So they might be kind of far and few between for some of them.
I like to think about some of them would certainly prey upon each other.
Yes.
Like we did a bunch of sea creatures. Like our sirens would absolutely be on the menu for our sea serpents. But I also like to think of symbiotic relationships. I like to imagine that one of our vampire shrews or our werewolves, if they lived in the same forest as our person-eating plants, maybe they could develop a habit of luring or herding prey towards it, and then when it gets caught, they're specialized to go in and avoid the thorns and stuff and get some meat off of it.
Were our ant-eating owlbear echidnas one of the driving forces for our mimic to become so defensive and aggressive?
Oh, yeah, it could be.
Yeah.
Someday we'll put together a whole treatise on the ecological interactions in the Spookyverse.
Absolutely. Next up, we have a long-time listener.
The best kind of listener. That's not true. We love you all.
Yes. No, you're all fantastic. Is there a correlation between increasing human population density and megafauna extinction rates, or is it an accepted assumption that they are related?
They are definitely related sometimes.
Yep.
There are definitely cases where human population increases in a certain area and we see a responding decrease in megafauna, particularly in the past, toward the end of the Pleistocene. It's not always a clear signal.
Yeah.
So, for example, here in North America, there's been lots of discussion back and forth about whether or not the extinction of various megafauna lines up in time with when humans arrive.
Yep.
Whereas for islands, it is often extremely well correlated. And then places like Australia, where there's been some back and forth, and places like Africa, it varies place to place, but there is a correlation in some instances where more humans means less big animals.
That's the reason there's a debate as to whether or not we're responsible, because so often we do see a similar pattern show up, but we haven't for sure nailed down that they're related.
Right. And this is very much like the punctuated equilibrium situation, where it is often framed as, did megafauna go extinct because of humans or because of environmental conditions? And more realistically, it's, in which circumstances was it more this or more that cause?
Because of course we affected.
Yes.
Like if we move into a new place, any animal that moves into a new place and then is successful there, is going to have an impact on the animals around it.
Yep.
Whether or not we were the main impact.
And on this continent versus that area. So, yeah, it varies. Dr. J asks, are there things you can think of that will fossilize more or less often due to the changes humans have made to our planet? This was inspired by the dead mouse in the corner of my parking lot that decomposed on asphalt and missed its chance of entering the fossil record.
Very good point. And yeah, asphalt and
Oh yeah, like a city is a terrible place for fossilization to occur.
Absolutely. And places where, even like farmland, where we are constantly tilling and uprooting and moving the soil around, there's not going to be a lot of chance for things to get buried and then stay buried for very long.
Also, there are situations like reefs, where reef ecosystems tend to be good places for deposits to collect fossil material. But as we wipe out reefs, some of those conditions are no longer present. And some of the animals that would be living in those shallow oceans can't live there now because there's no reef there.
Yes.
On the other hand, there are definitely some places where human activity has wiped out some of the predators or scavengers that would be clearing up carcasses. Mm-hmm. So certain carcasses might be left out longer and thus have a better chance of getting buried in something.
Yeah. We also, and this is one of those where we're getting into a much more speculative human future, but we've also have huge collections of animal remains.
This is true.
In a lot of places, museums and zoos and places where if something were to happen that preserved that area, if a museum gets buried in a landslide,
well, that's a lot of great fossils.
That's a lot of fossils that could remain.
Now, actually, we have done there is already some of this kind of thing, because some of the best records of domesticated animals in the archaeological record or pets are found in human settlements or even in grave sites. Like, yep. I think the earliest known cats in the archaeological record are in graves.
Yeah.
Because we intentionally buried those cats, or we have dogs that are like that.
Yes.
Where we are actively putting those things into the dirt and entering them into the geologic record.
So you'll probably, in with future paleontologists, would see a huge spike in human fossils.
Yep.
Not only because our population spiked, but because we
bury each other.
We're burying ourselves. So it would probably be a inordinate, unusually high spike because of that.
And then some animals are going to be more or less fossilizable just because they become more or less common.
Yes.
Like chickens are way more fossilizable now than they would have been before just because they're everywhere.
Yep. Rats.
Yep, absolutely. Whereas, chestnut trees are going to have a much harder time just because there's not as many of them around.
Yes, precisely. Next up, Nix asks, what is the fossil history of fungi, specifically mushrooms? Is it minimal, or are there any of special importance?
Good question. It is minimal, and there are some of special importance. Not a great fossil record for fungi, partially because they are not the kind of thing that fossilizes quite as well as seeds and bones and teeth.
Yeah, they're pretty soft.
Also, they don't get studied very much. There's not a ton of research attention paid to fungi in the fossil record. But you can get them. You can get fungal spores. You can get, at Gray, there's been research that's identified bits of fungal tissue, microscopic, they were discovered during pollen studies.
Yes.
There are famous fungal remains from, when was this? Was this the Carboniferous? Some one of those times, Prototaxites, the big tall fungus mushroom things.
Yep.
So there are interesting fungal fossils, but it is a very scarce record. Like the fossil fungi described at Gray, I think there were 4 different taxa, and I think at least half of them were the first time that this group of fungi has ever been found in North America, which that's true for a bunch of things at Gray, but also there's just not a ton of published record for fossil fungi. So oftentimes it is the first thing that has been found in this area.
Which is very cool.
Yeah. So cool group of life. Not a ton of fossils. Jade asks, what was your favorite episode this year?
I'd probably have to say, I think the third to last episode of Andor.
That was really good. That was a really good one.
Yeah.
The episode of She-Hulk where they brought in, I don't want to spoil it if anyone hasn't watched it, but that character,
yes,
that was awesome.
That was fantastic.
I was really happy about that.
If you meant the podcast,
I don't listen to that. What are some of the good ones that came out this year?
I had a lot of fun with Ants.
Ants was fun. The Moon came out this year.
The Moon was,
and I know you really liked the Moon episode.
That's probably mine. Just because it's had you asked me at the very beginning, I wouldn't have thought I would have gotten to do it.
Yes.
And it was a ton of fun, and the through line theme of it, I really was glad we got to talk about. So yeah, that's probably mine.
Sanguivores was great.
Oh yeah, that was good.
I really liked Sanguivores. I really liked Gliders.
Yep.
I also really liked our Gymnosperms episode.
Yeah.
With Allie. That was a ton of fun. That's probably one of my favorite of the plant episodes.
Yes.
I really liked that one.
Yes. Some good episodes. Travis would like to know, do either of you read paleontology and earth science nonfiction books in your leisure time?
Sometimes.
Nope.
Not as often as I used to, because as we've discussed other times, now it's the job.
Mm-hmm.
So I get plenty of reading of paleontology stuff for the podcast or for my job. So in my leisure time, I want to read comic books and watch movies and stuff. But occasionally, so I listened to Riley's book recently. That was leisure. That's the most recent example. These days especially, I don't do a lot outside of work time. I
pretty much, as I'm sure has come across to all of you lovely people listening and following us, I'm not a big book person.
Mm-hmm.
They don't typically hold my attention. And
there aren't even any pictures.
There aren't even pictures. And I probably have some mild case of dyslexia, so unless it's really interesting, it's a struggle. It takes me a while to read a chapter book.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So unless I really like it, it's not worth the effort. So a nonfiction book has never even pinged my radar.
Documentaries.
Yeah, documentaries. I'll read Wikipedia entries and news articles and science articles online. I've never once in my life read a nonfiction book.
I have. When I was in college, I used to read and high school, I used to read nonfiction a bunch, but less so as it's become something I need to do.
Yep.
Next up, 2 questions. Nathan asks, what is your favorite D&D class to play? And John asks, can you tell us about your favorite D&D characters or classes that you've played?
Happily.
Yeah.
It's hard for me to pick my favorite class because I've been making an effort over the last few years to slowly play through all the classes.
Yeah, and I shift. If you ask me every few months, a different class is the one I would most be interested in playing.
Whatever's been on your mind.
Yep.
I really like utility classes. So those are the ones that typically let you do a whole bunch of stuff in different kinds of useful things instead of being good at just one or two things. Even if, rogues, where the things they're good at are pretty specific, sneaking and lockpicking and, lying maybe or something like that. But I can do a bunch with that.
Right.
I'd prefer to play a character that's like that than one that hits really hard in combat, because I like the role play of me being able to use my stuff to do creative things in the game.
Yeah. Recently, I've been very enamored by Paladin and Warlock as classes because I like the idea of a character who is guided specifically by their ties to some powerful entity somewhere in the world.
To have rules.
I like a character that's not making all of their own choices.
Yeah.
That's a very fun roleplay starting point.
Well, they have driving things outside of themselves.
Yes.
That directly affects them.
As far as characters, I do have a Paladin character that I've actually... So I played Sheth in our game with Josh, which we didn't play for very long, but I really did. I like Sheth. That's a cool... Sheth is a cleric, but is very Paladin sort of... Flavored. And my character Swell, who is a Paladin, who is a Paladin trying their best to be the good version of a Paladin. and mostly succeeding.
Yes. I've had a bunches of characters. Some of my favorites, with Sheth, I got to play Syntek, who was a gnome artificer, which I knew I was gonna have fun because it's the one science-y type class.
Artificer's so fun.
Yeah, but I didn't realize how much fun I was gonna have because they give you all the tool sets, and I went, oh, I can take apart and rebuild the world. So Josh very quickly got used to me going, what is the door made out of?
How many pieces would you say it is?
How much lumber are we talking? I know what I can make out of that. Currently, in one of our games, I'm playing a warlock who didn't know he was a warlock, didn't know he had made a pact, and thought he was a wizard until things started getting weird, and that's been very fun.
And I have the joy of playing that character's patron.
Yes.
Who that character does not know, which is wonderful.
So yeah, I like playing those. I like also playing characters with non-adventure motivations, who are here not because of the adventure, and so their priorities don't line up with the typical adventure mode. Like, they're like, yeah, sure, gold, whatever, but what do they have to eat around here?
Yep.
I like playing characters like that. I like that.
I like fun role play opportunities. One of my favorite things to do with a character is to have character personality traits built into the mechanics.
Yes.
Swell, my paladin, has that a bit where Swell can fight one-handed or two-handed, but it's harder two-handed, but you get more attacks, so it's a very reckless attempt. My favorite example is with a character I played in Will's Star Wars game, which was a Star Wars D&D game, named Dino, and Dino was Rogue, that game's version of a rogue. And Dino is this fast-talking, deceptive, tricky, done with the world kind of character. And my favorite thing about Dino is because of his combination of specialties, Dino has a -1 modifier to charisma skills, to persuasion and intimidation, but a +5 to deception. Dino is several times less likely to succeed if he tries to be honest with people.
Yes. Yes.
And I love that as a character setup. It's like, you are better off lying regardless of who you're talking to, because trying to be nice is almost certainly going to fail.
Yep.
But you're really, really good at lying. Yes. I love that. I love that kind of thing.
And that stuff is fun. I played a changeling character whose class was Morph, which our friend Josh also made a custom class that I was playing. And his whole thing was that he could shift into animals like Wild Shape, but without any of the magic of druids, and then was a changeling. So I could turn into an animal or a person at will, basically whenever. And I loved that so much because I could just walk into every building and then go, all right, who am I for these people?
Yes.
I wanted it to be that when this character visited a town, and if the shops across the street talked to each other, they would have different people. So no one could have tracked my character from one place to the other because they have an old woman that they met, and they had a little girl that they met.
And I remember you saying that it was such an interesting character to play because that character knows that at any time they can disappear.
Yes.
Like, they don't need to be here. They can leave with no repercussions and just walk away.
Yeah, he didn't have any sense of consequences because I can just disappear from this town within this town.
Yep. Like Mystique.
Yes. Next up, Drew says the 9th generation Pokemon introduced a fire crocodile starter. Fire starters up to this point have followed a pattern of the Chinese zodiac, considering that they used an echidna for the rat and a fox for the dog. Can you make a claim that the fire crocodile either does or does not continue this pattern? Could the crocodile represent the snake?
So there is this long-standing fan theory with Pokemon that the fire type starter Pokemon follow the pattern of the Chinese zodiac. That they are based on, or at least inspired by, the animals from the Chinese zodiac. Short answer is, I do not think you can make the case that Fuecoco as a crocodile line fits any of the animals in the Chinese zodiac.
Nope.
And also, I don't think the Chinese zodiac pattern is actually a thing.
No.
In the starters. At least not the way that people tend to frame it.
I don't think that the people in the design studio are strictly following a set of Chinese zodiac rules.
Yeah,
when they come up with a new fire starter.
And it's really interesting because you can see where it comes from. The 8 times out of 8, the fire starter has been based on an animal that is reasonably close to something from the Chinese zodiac. And the grass and water starters are very commonly not things that are close to the Chinese zodiac, like frogs and turtles and owls and sauropods and Bulbasaur. So there's this pattern where, like, what is it about the fire starters that every one of them seems to have a correlate on the list of animals that are on the Chinese zodiac, up until Fuecoco, which is very much not any of those. And I've never bought into that fan theory, mainly for 2 reasons. One, that as far as I'm aware, it has never been acknowledged by the Pokemon Company.
Yeah.
Like, there's always just been a fan theory. It's never been a thing that they've acknowledged or supported in any official capacity, which becomes odder and odder the longer the Pokemon franchise goes on. But also, remember, again, the thing that you could talk about at length on a moment's notice, I think there's something even more interesting going on, because I totally agree that it is conspicuous and interesting that 8 out of 8 of the first 8 Pokemon fire starters seem to match something on the Chinese zodiac. I think it is even more interesting that that is true for most fire-type Pokemon.
Yeah.
If you look at the full list of fire-type Pokemon, especially if you ignore the ones that aren't based on animals, like Litwick, which is a candle, and Charcadet, which is a little person, if you just look at the ones that are based on animals, almost all of them match something on the list of Chinese zodiac animals about as well as the starters do, which I think is super cool. I suspect that what's happening here is that the creators of Pokemon have an idea in their head of what animals fit the fire type.
Yes.
And that idea happens to overlap a lot with the list of mostly domesticated animals that is on the Chinese zodiac. So much how birds very often end up being flying types and fish very often end up being the inspiration for water types, something about the animals that are on the Chinese zodiac matches what the creators have in mind for fire type Pokemon.
Yeah, there might be a similar mentality in the choice of animals between Pokemon creators and whoever came up with the Chinese zodiac whenever that was come up with.
So no, Fuecoco does not fit the Chinese zodiac pattern for the same way that Torkoal doesn't fit, because they're a little bit off for fire Pokemon. Just a little bit unusual. Morg asks, what's your favorite type of extinct or extant South American animal?
My favorite extinct South American animal is probably Perosaurus.
That's what I would have guessed.
Because that's a giant caiman with just a big old suitcase of a face.
It also happens that Titanoboa is also an extinct South American animal. Yeah. So that's a hard one to pass up on.
And there's lots of other cool ones. There's tons of interesting South American animals, but those two are hard to top.
Those are pretty great. Also, ground sloths and glyptodonts. And there's a lot of cool stuff in the fossil record of South America, but it also has a ton of great crocs and snakes. So sorry, everybody else.
And if we were relegated to extant ones, then, I mean, still.
Dude, crocs and snakes, yeah. Yep.
Nisarg asks, who is your favorite paleontologist and why?
Why, my good friend Will, of course.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, all right.
I don't fan over paleontologists.
No, I
I don't have like a celebrity fave among paleontologists, or even like a research role model kind of thing. I don't do that for celebrities of any realm.
And so, all the names that come to mind for me is like Laura.
Yeah, like our friends. Those are my favorite paleontologists. So, yeah. Tom Holtz is a super cool guy. And he and I are friends online, and we wish each other a happy birthday every year.
Trevor Alley. Trevor
Oh
Valley.
yeah, Trevor, who we worked with at Dragon Con.
That Trevor
Very
would
cool
definitely be way up on the
paleontologist.
list.
Yeah, Allie. You mentioned Allie, which is...
Yep.
yeah, we absolutely should mention Allie.
Yes. Yeah,
And-
from a paleontologist perspective, she might be earn the right to favorite because she's helped us with the podcast so much.
Right? Certainly my favorite paleobotanist.
Yes.
Absolutely.
100%.
No contest.
Sorry, Ellie Sattler.
Oh, wait, Ellie sat. No, forget it. Sorry, Allie. You're out. Laura Dern is in. Cheryl asks, does it make sense to say that there are model organisms that are used in paleontological research? How are limitations addressed?
Yes, there are definitely model organisms for numerous reasons. It may be that they have a very good fossil record, so we have a lot of info to work with, so they give us more points of view on a topic than other groups typically would.
Yep.
It also could be that they display something particularly well.
Yep.
You know, this one thing, you know, their teeth fossilize really well, so if you're wanting to test how chemical things react to teeth, their teeth are going to be, or something to that effect.
Or they have a good growth series.
Yes,
so
exactly.
we can study reproduction or development. T-Rex has been referred to as a model organism in the fossil record.
Yes.
That we've got a great fossil record of them. Tons of research is done, so they are often the go-to for questions about dinosaur research.
And I think one of the biggest advantages, and sometimes what will happen is just that if you have an organism with a good record, lots of research is going to be done. So when you come up with a new idea, you already have all that data. All that research has already been done. It's not that you couldn't potentially get that same information from another organism. Like there might be another theropod that nowadays is as fossiliferous as T-Rex. But if it was discovered only 20 years ago or something, then we just haven't had the decades of research that T-Rex has built up.
Yeah.
So the history also makes a big deal.
Yeah, as far as limitations, just keeping in mind the normal limitations of the fossil record, that a model modern organism is always going to give us more information than a model fossil organism. Being aware of where we're missing things and what the biases in the fossil record are that shape what kind of specimens we have access to.
It's also important, and this is something that the researchers are very often going to be aware of, but that the public presentation of that research often will get skewed on, is that you can get biased by that model organism, assuming that if it was true for T-Rex, it's true for dinosaurs.
Right.
But T-Rex was a weird dinosaur. Like, it was a very unique dinosaur. There might be things about it that don't apply to anyone else.
Yes.
So just because we have a useful model organism doesn't mean we can rely on it 100%. We have to take into consideration that it's still different from other organisms. Josh and Maria ask, what is the evolutionary history of menstruation? Any evidence for when that became a thing?
Very good question. I don't know a ton of details about the history of menstruation. I do know that it is something that is seen in numerous different mammals, in different lineages of mammals. So it seems to have menstruation, like in humans, or at least very similar to in humans, has evolved multiple times.
Yeah.
And I know that there are a number of primate species closely related to us that also menstruate, that also exhibit menstruation like humans do. So it seems like it probably evolved a ways back in our branch of the primate family tree, so probably several million years back. But beyond that, I don't know very much about what has been studied into the evolutionary history of menstruation, or really mammal reproductive cycles in the broader sense.
Yeah, like, I mean, you have the whole history of how long placentas have been around, but I don't know where you would be able to start suggesting of like, well, these lineages both show it and they branched this far back, so maybe it's a shared thing from then. That's, though, how we would have to go about it.
Yeah, and that's what I was just doing is, here's what we have today, here's how many times it likely evolved, or here's how far back it goes.
Yeah, our evidence is going to come from the modern working backwards.
There is almost certainly more information available out there than I happen to know.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm sure there's fascinating studies that have been done on it. Jackie asks, Has there ever been a topic you chose for an episode and had to scrap after you started researching it? And if so, why?
There definitely have been ones we've switched what the episode was going to be.
Right, yeah, there have been some that have gone in a different direction.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think we've ever started researching a topic and then said, no, this won't work.
Yes.
I think that we've definitely had cases where we'll start researching and go, oh, this is going to be more about this topic than I realized. Yep. Or I thought I was going to talk a bunch about this, but that's actually a pretty small section of this, so instead it's going to be this thing.
Yeah, it's really going to be more this kind of episode than this kind.
Mm-hmm.
And that'll often happen with the weirder topics. Like, I feel like that happened to us with when I did Symbiosis, that we were starting thinking it would be covering one set of topics and then really realize that's too much.
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember what it was that we initially started with, but I feel like I remember that happening, that we switched after we picked that one and started working on it and then went,
And that happened with mimicry, too.
Yes.
Where it was, we have to really narrow down what this is about.
Yes, that might be what I'm thinking of, is mimicry versus camouflage.
Yes. How broadly are we exploring the concept of mimicry? Are we including camouflage? Or are we excluding camouflage specifically? So that has definitely happened, but I don't think we've ever just scrapped a thing partway through research.
Yeah, not that I can think of.
Because we're good at choosing topics.
Piero asks, do you think the giant penguins from the Eocene could be ecologically equivalent to ichthyosaurs?
Maybe.
That's a really good question.
They certainly would have been eating similar things to what ichthyosaurs are thought to have eaten. You know, small fish and squids and stuff are often interpreted for ichthyosaurs. So yeah, not the biggest ichthyosaurs, of course, but like human-sized ichthyosaurs, potentially.
Mm-hmm.
Now, there is a gap, so the giant penguins would not have taken over for ichthyosaurs.
Yes.
Because ichthyosaurs disappeared earlier in the Cretaceous, and giant penguins don't show up until a ways into the Cenozoic. So it's not like they came in and stepped directly into the niche, but they probably had a lot of similarities.
Yeah. Intriguing idea.
Kylie asks, what does the process look like for your freelance writing for articles on research studies?
Ooh.
Oh, that's a thing I do.
How does it look?
My freelance writing has varied. So for a while, I was on contract with a particular news organization, in which case I would often be given things to write. And my editor would say, here's a thing, please write about this. That is also how it happens oftentimes with SciShow, especially with news. So with SciShow, I would write scripts, and sometimes I could suggest a topic, sometimes they'd give me a topic, but I did a bunch of SciShow news episodes, and those would be, oftentimes the editor said, here is the news we'd like to do. So the process in those cases is that I became one of the regular writers by applying.
Mm-hmm.
And then they would reach out to me. I also write press releases, and it's the same thing, is that I am on their list of keep me engaged by giving me stuff to write every now and then. And they'll send me an email and say, please write about this. I've done freelance writing where I'm pitching stories, where I'll reach out and say, here is a news story I'd like to write about. I did less of that only because most news sites, at least from what I interacted with, already are keeping on top of the news and know what kind of news they want to write about. The few times that I would really be pitching new research stories was when I would go to SVP.
Yeah. And
I was getting the scoop, right? Getting in early and saying, this isn't published yet. It will be soon. Would you like me to write about this? So it has varied quite a bit.
Neat. Next, Eric says a time portal opens in the freezer section of your local grocery store. What ancient organisms are on your shopping list? Parentheses, grab me a box of trilobites and some pterodactyl fingers.
Oh, man. Who would I want to eat? I'm a big fan. Here's the thing about me. I really enjoy the handful of times that I have gotten to go to some sort of event and purchase a turkey leg.
Yeah.
And just walk around the event chowing on a turkey leg.
Yes.
So it stands to reason that bigger dinosaurs would have had epic drumsticks.
Yeah.
I want I'm not going to order an Allosaurus or something. It needs to be able to carry it.
Yes.
But like a big dromaeosaur and just a giant drumstick, chowing down on that.
Yeah, that'd be pretty cool. I feel like, because I like shrimp and crab, there's got to be some weird crustaceans and arthropods.
Oh, sure.
Like some odd sea buggies that would boil up well.
Yeah, seafood.
Yep.
Ancient seafood would be quite good. Delicious. Rick asks, are you all able to make a decent living doing this?
For paleontology, yeah. For the podcast, decent.
We're getting there.
We're working on it. I'm currently able to work full time, but we're not able to quite fund both of us to work on the podcast as our hourly rate. But I am not having to count the calories in every meal I eat. I'm able to eat and be comfortable.
Yeah, so it's in part. It is certainly lucrative enough.
Yes. It can be self-sustaining.
Yes.
Next, Grace. What do you think about people falling asleep to your podcasts? I find your stuff super interesting and relaxing, perfect to wind down and sleep.
I remember the first time somebody said, I use your podcast to fall asleep. And my reaction was, A, should I be insulted by that?
Yeah.
And B, no, of course not. But that's very funny.
Yes.
We have gotten so many people who have told us that.
Yep.
That they use our podcasts to fall asleep to. And I think that is hilarious.
I get it.
I totally get it.
I feel the same way when I'll watch YouTube videos every now and then of like people playing a video game, and then I'll realize that I haven't watched them play any of this game because I'm doing something else on my computer. I'm just listening to them talk, not even about the game, just talk while they play the game. And you're effectively being just very pleasant noise for me to listen to. And hey, that's great. Get it.
We are happy to be part of your day-to-day experience.
Yes.
That's awesome. We like helping people. Mm-hmm. And what we set out to do was to educate and engage and interest people. But if one of the other things we're doing unintentionally is helping you to get a good night's sleep, then awesome.
I appreciate that so much because I am terrible at getting to sleep.
Yeah, I've never really been in the habit of listening to stuff to go to sleep because that will keep me awake.
Yes, I get too focused on it. I can't zone out while I'm listening.
I'll read to go to sleep because reading will put me to sleep, which is part of why I don't read as much these days because I've become old. Lydia asks, if you could only watch movies and shows from one fandom for the rest of your life, which one would it be? I mean, I know what my answer to that question is.
One fandom for the rest. I mean, I know MCU.
That's my answer.
Is where you are.
And
MCU is a very good choice.
And not even because the Marvel Cinematic Universe is necessarily my favorite thing ever, but because if that's the only thing I can ever watch, I will be sated.
Yes.
Because they're putting out 3 movies a year and multiple TV shows a year, and it's only a matter of time before there's just a new Marvel thing every week.
Yep.
And then I have stuff to watch forever.
Yep. And that is...
And if I get to say Marvel broadly, then absolutely. Marvel just on a whole, I'm good forever.
Yep. Yeah. If I can pick that, like in the modern, that's definitely the case. But like nostalgically, Star Wars is such a big... But like... As much...
Thank goodness all their stuff is good.
Yeah, as they've just had such a consistent track record for the last number of years. And so, yeah, I am torn between my two great loves.
Yeah, I'm going to be... Listen, X-Men are coming up. I'm going to be great.
Yeah, okay, no, good point.
X-Men.
If they come out with another Andor, then I might swing back over. But for right now, Marvel for X-Men. Frederick asks, have we bred more chickens than there were archosaurs? If not, when will we have done so?
Have we created more chickens than the history of archosaurs? Almost certainly not.
No, for sure not.
I did look it up, and actually I think the Frederick included in this question that there's statistics for like we eat 50 billion chickens a year.
Yeah.
Like globally, which is a preposterous amount of chickens.
Yep.
That is ridiculous. But there would have been billions of each species of dinosaur alone over hundreds of millions of years. Like those numbers are unfathomable.
You're also competing chickens against all other birds.
Yes, if we're including archosaurs.
Yep, which are also super, super numerous.
Yes, and that's not even to mention all the crocodile stuff and pterosaurs.
Yep.
Which were like a healthy worldwide population of one species of pterosaur or dinosaur or bird could be thousands to millions of individuals, and over many millions of years, that is many billions for each species.
Yes.
So, yeah, we have not quite, not nearly done that. We have almost certainly bred more chickens than there were individuals of many species.
Oh, yeah.
Specific species of ancient archosaurs.
Yeah, no, for sure.
Oh, man, that's a fun math problem. Someone will have fun with the math.
And when will we? No clue.
No, yeah, who knows? When we expand to an intergalactic chicken breeding.
Yes, once we make chickens
enterprise
breeding on multiple planets, so that now the other archosaurs can't compete at the same planetary scale.
Lachette asks, I am absolutely obsessed with the Ediacaran and Cambrian periods, and I want to absorb everything about them. What are some recommendations? And also, how can I get into researching the periods?
Ooh. As far as researching them, there are places where the departments or the fossil sites nearby are going to be focusing on these periods.
Like, I think the Royal Ontario Museum is where a lot of the central information is housed for the Burgess Shale.
Yep.
Which is, of course, the famous Cambrian site.
And that's generally, if you're wanting to study something specific in paleontology, you find the paleontologists who are studying that, and that's where you go.
Yes.
Like, if you come here to ETSU, when I came here and I mentioned, it's like, I do like dinosaurs, they're like, cool, well, that's not
here.
Not here.
We don't have any.
We don't have any, and we don't have anyone who even has a history of researching dinosaurs, so that is just not an option for focus here. So you go to where those specialists are.
Yeah. Also, if you go Google scholaring and see who are the scientists that are publishing interesting research on these time periods and topics, and then finding out who are their colleagues and where do they work and what labs are they associated with, and just sort of connect the dots of the Ediacaran and Cambrian paleontological communities.
Yes. As far as recommendations for getting more info, I don't have any specific books or documentaries or things.
The ROM has a whole section of their museum website for the Burgess Shale.
Yeah.
Honestly, and this is very self-serving, but episode 89 and episode 31, the blog posts have a bunch of links in them for more information about Burgess Shale and about the Ediacaran, also the Cambrian explosion, episode 9.
Yeah, those would be...
So back when we did those episodes, we knew more references and recommendations than we remember right now.
That's exactly what I was going to say. Go back to when we had recommendations for you. I have now forgotten.
Yes.
Next, Jeff says, the latest pandemic has really opened my eyes to how profound an effect evolution currently has on our human population. Other than our immune systems, what would you say are the areas of our lives where selection pressures are the greatest from an evolution standpoint?
Ooh, very interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Immune system for sure.
Yes.
That is absolutely a very good one. I would bet, on a similar note, that there are rapidly changing selective pressures for our microbiomes.
Yes. I was going to say diet, which is in a very similar vein to that.
And I know there's been research into how sort of industrialization affects our microbe communities inside of our bodies.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Other than that, a lot of the things, because there's tons of different books and shows and stuff that I've seen that have put forth what humans might look like in the future. And the truth is that our physical attributes aren't under a lot of selective pressure just because we're not usually dying because we can't outrun something and things like that. So that's not... I don't think a lot of those things are going to be under a bunch of pressure to change, even in a very long time for humans.
Yeah.
So
I don't know what else all the microbial stuff.
Yes.
That seems like it's probably being impacted pretty dramatically.
And even that, as we learn more and more and start to curate our medical experience.
Yeah, we might slow that down.
Oh, yeah.
At which point it might become cultural
Yes.
evolution far more dramatically than physical evolution.
And so you still could see major shifts, but it may be things that we're doing on purpose.
Mm-hmm. Nathan says, I just listened to your Silver Screen Science on Prehistoric Planet lamenting the lack of backing science. Would you consider recording your own voiceover for the series that people could listen to? An interesting idea. I would say no, that we would not do that. Partially because that seems like a lot of work. But mostly because that would seem like a very rude thing to do. To say, here's our voiceover. Forget that David Attenborough guy. Here's our better voiceover for this show. I would not want to do that.
Yeah.
And be so ambitious as to say that we would come up with a better narration for the show than what already exists.
I would be willing to do something more along the lines of like a commentary.
Yeah, like an MST3K.
Yes, exactly.
Like, but nice.
Yeah.
But not making fun of it.
Constructive or even if critical, but analytical from a point of science, to where you put the subtitles on for David Attenborough and then play this audio. I do
like
want
a director's commentary, just our thoughts and basically silver screen science,
but in real time, because then we would be able to say where we appreciate things and what we're enjoying, but also this is one it would have been nice to have a little more explanation or a little more clarification here, and just that a feature length review of the thing.
And that could be pretty fun.
Yeah. Sam asks, what did you think of Andor? If you haven't watched it, I strongly recommend it. Yeah.
As we have alluded to a couple of times, because we just watched it.
Yep.
It was awesome.
Yeah, I loved it so much. I don't know that I'd say it's my favorite Star Wars thing, because there's definitely other Star Wars stuff that I'm more nostalgic about.
Sure.
And
we just, I think recently or currently or sometime very close to this recording is the 5-year anniversary of Last Jedi.
Yeah.
I saw people talking about online.
And so like I don't know that I would say it's my favorite. I do think personally, I think it is the strongest Star Wars content, like from a writing and acting and story structure and filming perspective, like just a piece of cinema, a piece of on-screen content. I think it is the strongest story Star Wars has ever told. Andor
is super good. We second Sam's recommendation. If you like Star Wars, and honestly, even if you only kind of like Star Wars, Andor was great.
If you like sci-fi drama, I would suggest it. Yes. Huge fan.
Saul asks, what does the evidence say about the diet of our hominid ancestors and how it changed for our species?
Ooh, I don't know specifics, of course.
Yeah, I know there's been a bunch of discussion about the role of carnivory.
Yes, that's what I was about to say.
In our lineage's evolutionary history.
We do have thoughts and some supporting evidence that when we started including more meat into our diet, it did have a significant effect on our behavior, but also our anatomy.
Right. But that has also gone back and forth quite a bit, with other researchers questioning whether or not that was something new to our species, or whether that actually our lineage has been eating meat more widely and for a longer time. There have been times where it's been purported as like, we started eating meat and then our brains got gigantic and everything got better. But it's probably not that clear cut.
Yeah, almost surely.
There may be some correlations to our behavior and our lifestyle and diet, but certainly under investigation.
Yeah. We definitely can make some inferences about what diets we could have, just because our jaw does significantly change and get weaker, less of a strong bite to it as time goes along. So there's definitely things that we couldn't have eaten as easily as our ancestors probably were.
Yeah. There's also been studies into how cooking affected our evolution. And that's another one where we don't quite know when that started.
Yes.
Which makes it hard to draw a direct correlation to what it did for our evolutionary story.
Yeah, did we get weaker jaws because we started making our food softer to eat by cooking and processing it? Or did we start cooking after our jaws already got weaker for some other reason?
Right. And all sorts of other potential correlations.
Yeah, so there's a lot. People are looking into it with intensity.
Yes. Top people.
But it is definitely still a debate in many categories. Danielle and Henry ask, what book would you recommend for good paleo art?
Ooh. We always like to talk about All Yesterdays.
All Yesterdays is great.
Very fun book. We also both have that coffee table book.
Dinosaur Art.
All of our recommendations for these are becoming outdated, I'm sure.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sure there's better books for paleo art.
Yeah, I had a Dinosaurs, A Global View was one of the first big books full of scientific paleo art that I got as a kid. But that was before we knew what Therizinosaurus and Dinoceras' bodies look like. It has a section all about, like, look at these giant predatory arms.
Yes.
Also, if you want fantasy, Dinotopia.
Oh, yeah.
That's great fantasy paleo art.
Jess asks, is there a certain fossil specimen you want to one day see in person? For example, I dream of traveling to Germany and seeing the famous Berlin Archaeopteryx.
Ooh, I've still not ever seen Sue.
Same. I'd love to go to the Field Museum and see Sue. I'd love to go see the Berlin Archaeopteryx.
Yep.
Absolutely. That'd be super cool. There's also, I think Berlin is where they have the big brachiosaur display. That is very exciting.
Mm-hmm. I also, Ash Falls.
Oh, yeah.
Getting to see that in person would be very... Like, I've seen pictures and I've seen, film of people walking between the bodies and everything, but
Yep.
getting to see that in person would be surreal.
Yeah. So, yeah, there's a bunch of cool specimens.
Next question from Christina. If you could bring back the fresh body of one animal from the past, what would it be and why?
Oh, man. I'm always... I am filled with guilt that my go-to answer for so many of these questions is dinosaurs.
Yep.
But no, but a sauropod.
A sauropod.
Absolutely, I want to bring back a sauropod.
A sauropod.
What did you look like? What were you doing just to stand next to it?
Mm-hmm.
Even the dead version?
Yep.
Just to stand next to the carcass?
Yep.
Just,
Oh, no. Megalodon.
Ooh, that would be very cool.
Because we have so little of that.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah, that's the other direction.
Yeah, I was going to say, as far as bang for your buck,
yeah.
Megalodon is about the most for how little we have versus how much you'd get from a fresh body.
Well, and anything Cambrian.
Yep.
Like any of the stuff that we only have bits and pieces of.
But I mean pound for pound.
I mean, that's fair. Yeah, that's true.
The biggest cartilaginous fish.
So, Cody says, if you had the technology to do some sort of scan of the Earth that collects all possible geologic and paleontological data at once, would you use it?
For sure.
Absolutely.
Yes. 100%.
Absolutely. Knowledge.
Yes.
Yes.
Now, I'm sure there are avenues to this that that have to be asked of, are there ill ways to use that information once we've scanned?
Right. Is this responsible to share?
Would we reveal every oil field on the planet and spark wars?
Right.
As nations go, you say so-and-so has 12 untapped oil fields? Well, maybe we go
Right. Is every James Bond villain going to spawn at once?
Yeah. Would we spawn international incidents? Are there other things that we would discover? Coal seams and mineral mines that would cause a sudden surgence of ecological exploitation?
Yep.
So from that point of view,
then maybe we'd be careful with it. But if it's just for the scientific data, then absolutely.
If we could omit those things, would we?
Right.
And at that point, are we being dishonest with the results we find from it?
Ethics. I think that part of the thought, perhaps behind this question, or perhaps the expectations of some of our listeners, is wouldn't that put you out of a job if you just have all the data? And the answer is it would put us out of some jobs. Yeah. But now there's just tons more questions.
Yeah, now we don't have to dig anymore.
Now we don't even have to dig anymore. Except that of course we would dig. Because we'd have to go get them.
Yes,
now that we know where they are.
Potential fossils are. We also would be able to comb through and study that data for generations.
Oh, yeah.
As people, because that's a unimaginable amount of data.
Yeah, we already have too much data.
Yeah, like the literal entire planet's worth of geological data That is so much information that human civilization will probably never finish sifting through.
That's not even
the
big
results
data.
of that scan.
That's preposterous data.
Yes. So
yes.
Yeah. And then there's, because I often wonder if it was the, like, wouldn't that take out the joy of hunting for
it removes the fun part?
Yeah, if all questions are answered, then what's the point? And I've never felt the fear of that. I always kind of been like, no,
because that wouldn't answer all the questions.
No.
That would just give us tons of data to work with.
And now, even if we do answer all the questions somehow, we can just tell stories and make movies and video games about it. Like,
well, and go start asking other questions.
We can just make stuff up.
So if you know something we don't know, Cody, you let us know.
Thoop. Chris asks, if you could find an exceptional fossil site from an underrepresented time or biome, what would it be and why?
Ooh. For biome, I'm tempted to say like mountaintop or trench.
Yep.
One of those that is rare to begin with and unlikely to be fossilizing very well in the first place.
On a similar mentality, rainforest.
Yep.
Where things don't often fossilize well because the forest is turning it over. But also, if it did fossilize really well, you'd get just buku species. So many species.
Yeah. In terms of time period, there are certain things like early Cretaceous we don't know very well. Early Triassic could use some really nice early sites.
Yep.
Land environments during the Silurian, Devonian, so like some of those really earliest land ecosystems. But part of me is extremely tempted to say even earlier stuff.
Yeah. And
once again, the cheating answer, can I cheat and say where the first life showed up?
Yes, exactly.
Can I get a Lagerstätten that is the first place on Earth that microbial life evolved?
Do I have to give you a year or an event?
Right. Erin asks, with the abundance of microplastics in the environment these days, is it possible that future fossils could be made of plastic?
Ooh.
There are already rocks made of plastic.
Yes.
That's a thing that has been documented of rock forming and incorporating plastic into them. I think this was in Hawaii. They saw like some kind of mineral or igneous rock, I think, that was incorporating plastic.
Well, I know that there's been findings of, this is a much more unnatural process, but beach fires and plastic getting melted onto the sand of the beach and forming into a very rock-esque, like, that the final product is fairly sturdy.
I don't know if plastic could replace fossil.
I don't know the chemical behavior
if you could get, silicification, but plasticization, I don't know. I don't know if that would work. But surely some version of plastic could do that.
Yes. Probably. Especially in the various crazy chemical processes that happen deep within the earth. That once plastic gets...
And in our factories.
Yeah, exactly. Once plastic's broken down to its different parts, I'm sure some of those chemicals might do something.
Yeah.
But surely imprints and infills and stuff like that could happen with plastic-rich sediment.
So yeah, we sure could. This is like there was an old George Carlin joke where he talks about that's what the Earth needed us for. Like, wanted plastic, couldn't make it by itself. Yes. That's our entire purpose here on the Earth.
Yep. Once we've made enough, it'll kill us off.
Yep.
Next up, Drew says, I have been listening to some of the older episodes lately and have wondered whether there have been developments that would make it worthwhile to refresh or update some of them. If so, which ones and in what manner?
Yeah, we've thought about this and we've been asked about this. It's tricky because there are always developments and updates happening. And I'll be honest, I don't want to go redo an episode.
No.
But we've thought about the potential of sort of scooping up more recent things and putting out little, here's an add-on to an earlier episode topic. But that also kind of happens within the episodes anyway.
Yes.
When we talk about news and when we will discuss similar topics later on. So the podcast kind of sort of does that naturally.
Yeah, so we're not doing the Wikipedia style of revisiting and actually restating what we said. The biggest reason I'd ever want to redo an old episode is just so we could do it better.
Yes.
Just say things a little bit better. Yep. explain things a little more thoroughly or clearly, speak a little more confidently, you just with better mics and better editing skills. That would be the biggest reason I'd want to refresh one. Otherwise, I think just doing a part 2 would be the way we'd go about it instead of refreshing. It would just be all right, bats again. Yeah. Let's talk about some of the different weird speed. Let's talk about the leaf nose and the big ears and stuff, or something like that.
The real challenge would be that in order to ensure that we are not overlapping a whole bunch with what we already talked about, we'd have to listen to that episode. Which, as we've discussed, we don't want to do.
Nope. We need interns or something for that.
Right. Yeah, take notes, please, and transcribe this. Jessica asks, what is the reason you are reluctant to believe Spinosaurus is semi-aquatic or aquatic? So many different groups have returned to the water, I've always been surprised that no dinosaurs did.
Agreed that it is surprising that we don't see that trend in dinosaurs the way we see it in other groups.
Yes. And Spinosaurus has come up a bunch in the news and in our episodes. And I think to set the record straight, we're not reluctant to believe that Spinosaurus was tied to the water in some way.
Or that there could be a semi-aquatic or aquatic dinosaur.
Right. Spinosaurus, there is evidence that does seem to indicate very nicely that Spinosaurs were spending time near water and perhaps hunting along the water's edge or, in the shallow water or something.
That it was water friendly.
Yes. There does not seem to be solid evidence that Spinosaurus was an aquatic predator like a shark or even like a crocodile.
And I think one of the biggest reasons why we might seem more incredulous might not be the right word, but more questioning or more likely to brush that idea aside is because very often when people talk about Spinosaurus being a swimming dinosaur, which it very well may have been paddling around or something in the water.
Sure.
But that it was acting like a big crocodile is 2 parts. One, it's not actually shaped like a crocodile. Its face is not shaped like... It's long, which is good for catching fish, but it's not shaped like a croc. So the comparison is not as close as a lot of people portray it as when they say that. And they often then are portraying it as swimming after prey, which even crocs don't do.
Right.
Crocodiles are not pursuit predators, and if Spinosaurus is swimming like anything, it'd be swimming like them closest.
Right.
And they don't do that. And it also doesn't seem to be built to be an ambush shoreline predator. So even if it's swimming, it's probably not swimming after prey. It's probably swimming from place to place at best.
Right. And I think that it's important to separate thinking it's possible for a dinosaur to evolve an aquatic lifestyle, which absolutely.
Yeah, sure.
Like you said, we are also surprised that we haven't found a lot of evidence of that in dinosaurs.
That is weird.
It's a bit odd, and I won't be surprised at all the day we find the dinosaur that was basically a seal, but a dinosaur. Absolutely, that makes sense. But Spinosaurus does not seem to be that dinosaur.
Yeah, the current evidence doesn't seem to support that.
Yeah.
Next question's from Lucy. I just listened to the photosynthesis episode. Should I water my succulents at night, considering cam photosynthesis?
This is a very interesting question that neither one of us knows the answer to. So I sent an email to our friend Allie. Allie said this. I'm not going to do an Allie impression. This is what Allie said. Good question. It's actually better to water plants in the morning or during the day so the soil can dry out. If you water at night, the soil doesn't dry out as quickly, which can lead to root rot and other plant diseases. For succulents, they have to absorb the sunlight during the day anyway, so they can multitask and suck up water too.
Makes sense.
That makes sense to me.
Yeah, because then they're just going to store it until later. That's the benefit of cam photosynthesis. You're just waiting until it's dark.
Yeah, so there you go, Lucy. Don't drown your plants.
I've done that a lot.
Oh, don't tell Allie. Don't let her know. Kyle asks, as a hobbyist without any relevant degree, are there ways I can try to get involved in the general field? If so, are there any resources or places you'd recommend checking out?
Oh, yeah. If you're not, looking to become a professional paleontologist by going through and getting a degree, there's still tons of ways. Museums, absolutely, you can work at a museum without having any degree in paleontology or science in general. A lot of the people who work on the fossils of the lab are hobbyists, are enthusiasts that are, they're working there, so it's now professional.
Or volunteering there,
yes,
in many cases.
But it is not their education.
Right.
So
a lot of museums and university labs will take volunteers or even entry-level positions at lab technicians and stuff.
Yep. A lot of the floor staff for places, educators and people running summer camps and doing all sorts of stuff like that. You can be working alongside the topic. There's definitely field crews where you can volunteer to go out on an expedition because you need a lot of hands and you need people who want to be out there because it's a tough trip sometimes. So absolutely, you can help with the process of paleontology without being a researcher or degree holder.
Yeah. I know there are also citizen science projects with paleontology that you can get involved with. I don't know of any off the top of my head, but cases where there are opportunities to help organize information or data or something.
Oh, yeah.
I'll have to look. But if you go looking for paleontology citizen science, it's possible that there's stuff out there.
Yeah. Next question. Sam asks, what's the biggest blind spot you think most paleo folks have when it comes to areas of paleontology? Invertebrates, plants, genetics, etc. Love to hear what you think.
I'm tempted to say microbes.
Microbes was
just because they're super important and they get overlooked quite a bit.
Fungi, like we mentioned, or like you mentioned earlier.
I'm sure there are certain techniques that even I don't think about that get overlooked or underused.
I've heard certain, on the note of techniques, things like statistics. We've known people who have bemoaned how little attention proper and more in-depth statistics gets from many studies and researches.
Yep.
So yeah, there's definitely methods and all of your little invert things and non-animal things often, or non-animal things is what I meant to say, often get kind of ignored.
Yeah. The next question is from the European Pine Marten. What would it take for future scientists to draw a line in the sand and say that around our time, the Phanerozoic eon ended and the Anthropozoic eon began? Oh, I don't know what it takes to say an eon has ended.
Yeah.
Like the two eon, like the division between the eons that we typically deal with is the Proterozoic and the Phanerozoic, which is the Cambrian explosion.
Yes.
Like the start of life and ecosystems as we know it. So I guess what would have to happen would be the end of life and ecosystems as we know it. Like when Earth becomes Coruscant.
Yep.
Like that would be where it's just all human, it's all industrial and there's no natural ecosystems left. Now maybe we can say we're in a different eon.
Yeah. So it's much more likely to happen at one of the smaller time scales
yes,
of an era or a period that will finally go, all right, this is the human period or era. Next question, Sam, different Sam. What's your favorite discovery that you've been a part of?
Ooh, I named a new snake species. So that's pretty cool.
And I found a little snake and found a horsetooth, and those two are definitely...
Yeah, that was pretty great.
Those are the discoveries, because those were exciting in the field.
Yes. Lehan asks, are you going to visit any other countries to do an episode about that country while you're there?
We've talked about that.
Yeah, it'd be awesome.
Australia is always my first vote, just because I loved when I got to visit Australia as a kid, and I always wanted to go back.
Sure.
But we have talked about making trips for either episode series or deep dives into that area of the world. We haven't made any plans or singled out what our first place would be, though.
Yeah. It'd be super cool to go to places and talk to people there who know about it, and then they can flesh out the information.
Yeah, get to talk to local researchers in their home base.
Yes.
Next, Sarah asks if the climate warmed up enough in present day to cause mass extinctions. Would the remnants form a new Carboniferous fossil fuels layer, or were conditions in the Carboniferous such that it could not happen again?
That's a very interesting question.
Mm-hmm.
Could we get Carboniferous style coal and coal seams and layers in modern conditions? I'm not sure. Well, because you can get coal beds not from the Carboniferous, for sure.
Yep.
Carboniferous coal seams are extensive in a way that we don't tend to see at other parts of history, and I don't know that they were necessarily because of extinctions so much as the establishment of new vegetated ecosystems. So I don't know all of the conditions that would lead to extensive coal seams in the future.
Yeah. No, I'm not sure.
Next up is Buddy with a fun question. Which came first, the amniote or the amniotic egg?
Very nice twist on it.
I mean, amniotes are defined.
Yes.
Now, in the fossil record, amniotes are not defined by the amniotic egg because we don't have that.
True. But if we're talking just from a on-Earth timescale,
Yes.
which would have occurred first.
They are equivalent.
Yeah, because if you are an amniote because you have an amniotic egg.
Yes.
And so the first species that had all the features of an amniotic egg would be the first amniote.
Yes. So that is a case of the definition is what gets us here.
Yeah. So I guess technically you could say that the first clutch of eggs laid with all of those things intact, those embryos inside, whether or not you would consider them amniotes yet.
Right. Or is it that is the amniote the first animal that can lay
Ooh.
what we would consider an egg? See, now we're...
Yeah, is it the who owns the egg?
Now in
Layer or the layee?
in reality, where we draw the line in the fossil record for the first amniote is going to probably be based on features of the skeleton that are associated with amniotes.
Yes.
So it will come down to whether that feature predates or postdates the egg, which we may never know.
Yeah, which almost certainly it's likely that the part that doesn't fossilize as often would likely go back a ways.
Mm-hmm.
So it could very likely be that they had those eggs a long time before they had that feature.
Right. That the amniotic egg officially came before where we draw the line for the first amniote. So that's a fun one.
Next question's from You Into Theor Pants. Obviously, invasive species are bad news for native ecosystems, but they do create interesting faunas that would never have been possible without human intervention. Do you guys have any examples of this phenomenon that you find particularly interesting? Yes, 100%.
Yeah.
I always felt a little guilty as a conservationally minded person when I was living in Florida, because of all the invasive species in Florida, and there's tons. That's a famous issue in Florida because of all the ports going in and out of Florida. Exotic species come through Florida at an irregular rate to the rest of the country.
Yes, and Florida has a climate that is conducive to a lot of species from around the world.
So tropical animals everywhere and plants everywhere can make a home in Florida pretty easily. And it's like, that's terrible. But also it brought us pythons and monitor lizards and caimans and man, stop introducing the awesome animals and it'll be much easier for me to feel to condemn it.
Yes.
You're making Florida cooler.
Yeah.
And I need you to stop so I can get mad at you about it.
We humans somehow making Florida both cooler and hotter at the same time.
Yes.
Our next question is from Melissa, who asks, if paleobotanists could redraw the dividing lines of the geologic timescale, stripping away the animal bias and replacing it with a plant bias, where would the geologic divisions be the same and where would they be different? This is another one of those questions that I don't have an answer to, but fortunately, we know a person.
Convenient.
Allie says, this has been something I've thought about for a while. Basically, she says, I think there would be 4 major divisions: Paleophytic, Dendrophytic, Mesophytic, and Cenophytic. Paleophytic would be the age of bryophytes, which would be equivalent roughly to the Silurian and Devonian. Dendrophytic, the age of trees, the rise of trees. Carboniferous and Permian. Mesophytic, the age of gymnosperms, Triassic and Jurassic. And Cenophytic, the age of angiosperms, Cretaceous and Cenozoic. She says these divisions would be based on origins rather than extinctions, because plants tend to weather mass extinctions rather well. The major differences of the current from the current version would be splitting the Paleozoic and splitting the Mesozoic, and also losing the Cambrian and Ordovician.
Yeah, yep.
Which I think is a super cool concept. That is awesome. Thank you, Allie. That's a really cool answer.
Those would just become the pre-plant.
Yes, the pre-plant, the pre-phytic.
Yes.
The pre-phytic times.
Our next question is from a listener since 2020 and uni student.
Oh, that listener.
How long do you guys plan on doing the podcast, and what would make you stop?
Forever and nothing.
Yeah, basically.
Eventually, surely we'll stop.
Yeah.
We've never thought about that. We don't think to the future very often.
No. I'm sure it would be a mixture of either when physically it's just not conceivable to keep up that regular of
sure
responsibility, that like, I'm old now and I want to be retired, so we might still make it, but it might be one a month or just a couple a year.
I like to think that we would stop the podcast if something better came along.
Yes.
Like we came up with something better. Like, all right, we're retiring this podcast so that we can free up time to do this new cool thing that is, even more, we're expanding on the concept.
Yeah. So that, or we grow to hate each other.
Yeah, that would do it too.
Yeah, so like
we have some sort of dramatic falling out.
If the new X-Men stuff I think sucks and you love it,
right?
That's so.
Well, I come home from work one day and you're recording a podcast with somebody else. Like you're here in your room sitting across with the microphone, and I'm like, "What's going on here?" And you're like, "I can explain," but then you don't explain.
No, I don't.
And then I leave, and then that's it. That's the end of it.
And then you go start a new podcast. With your buddies from college,
just to get back at you. Like when you come over to visit, I'm like, "Come here, record with me." Is he looking?
Yep.
Next question. Nathan asks, what sci-fi franchise has your favorite alien creatures?
Oh, there's so many good ones.
Well,
so I'm sure people would expect me to say Star Wars since they are all about sci-fi creatures.
Sure.
And Star Wars is a ton of fun, but a lot of theirs are nonsense animals.
Yeah.
Like,
well, they're very disconnected from each other, and they're just sort of little one-offs.
And there's a lot of there's definitely times where there's logic put into it, but there's a bunch of times where there's no logic put to why that creature's on that planet particularly. And there are times where they do stuff that just doesn't work. In the new Tales of the Jedi, there's a bunch of just animals. There's just a dog.
It's just bear.
There's a lot of stuff that like that will happen where I go, no, come on. So Alien is my favorite sci-fi creature. Like that, the xenomorph from Alien and Aliens and the franchise is my favorite, hands down. I think it looks awesome. I love the concept that the host changes what kind of xenomorph comes out so that it is better adapted to whatever ecosystem or environment it has invaded. And I love the queen and eggs and facehugger life cycle. I like the various interpretations that have been taken on it.
Yeah.
And with modern stuff, Avatar would be way up there, but I have lots of complaints about the Na'vi.
Deoxys is pretty cool. That's pretty neat.
Next question from Turkani. What sort of video games do you think best capture natural selection and evolution? I would love to play games while nudging life forms one way or another down an evolutionary path just to see where it ends up.
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
That'd be fantastic.
I don't know if there are games like that.
Like, Spore was the game that was famous for trying to do that. That was what it was marketed as. And Spore is a lot of fun. But it doesn't at all.
No, not very evolution realistic.
No.
And I've seen, like, educational games that are kind of like evolution simulators, but they tend to be very simple and very straightforward.
Yeah, that it's a lesson in game form, not a game that teaches a lesson.
Right. There was a museum interactive game somewhere, I can't remember where this was, where it was an evolution game. It was a natural selection game, where they would bring up a bunch of bugs on the screen in a natural background, and you, the child in the museum, would have to tap as many of the bugs as you could in a limited time frame, and then generation by generation you'd see certain colors become less and less common.
I think if I were to design one, this is the idea that came up while sitting here just now, is it would be a roguelike, I can't remember if it's like or light.
One of those.
Where you run through and get as far as you can go until you die, and then the game just starts over. You know, you're not progressing the game, you're just seeing how well you can do this run to represent generations.
Yeah.
And that each run, a random change would be applied to your character that could impede you or could help you, and the distance you get each run affects whether or not that feature is persistent to the next generation.
What you get next time.
Yeah, if you go half as far as you did last time because of this new feature that slowed you down, that feature is now deleted from the gene pool.
Yeah. That kind of concept, and honestly, an evolution, like to really get the idea across, would probably work better as an MMORPG.
Yeah.
Or as an online style game.
Yeah.
Where tons of people are doing that.
Yes.
So you have a population. And then what you get with your next character is not only dependent on how you did, but how everybody did. So you'd have a worldwide evolution simulator. That could be pretty cool.
Yep.
Man, somebody make that.
Well, and it would also be neat because whatever the feature is wouldn't have to be a purely negative or positive. It's like
your color changed
we
or something.
Made the color different, or we made your arms longer, which could be a detriment, but if you change your play style to make it an advantage and change the behavior of your species, now that feature might be beneficial.
Yes.
So if you can think your way around whatever mutation has been applied and make it a benefit, that we don't know what mutations will be beneficial or detrimental because it depends on the situation and whether that species can adapt to this new feature that has been introduced.
And then we just have data.
Yes.
And it would just be a massive collection. And you could look at like the trajectory over time. Well, that'd be cool.
And you could have both. You could have a single player mode, so this is your personal species, but then an online mode where you're being affected by everyone else's data. So you might see features showing up and persisting even though it's not helping you.
Yes.
But everyone else is doing great. So now you're having to play a much more complicated game.
Cool.
And multiple features could be showing up at once.
I hope we have game designers in our audience.
Yeah.
Nathan asks, I've noticed that necromancy in fantasy suffers heavily from vertebrate bias, when clearly invertebrates would make superior minions. Have you ever seen invertebrates used this way in any media?
I mean, the closest thing I can think of is insects. Insect swarms will often be used for like necromantic, like Mummy has insect swarms and stuff. And but that's usually more from a carrion perspective than I'm resurrecting.
Not undead insects.
Yeah, I'm not resurrecting griffin flies.
Yeah, I had undead insects in that campaign that I ran for D&D.
Yep.
Yeah, you'd think that inverts would be... Well, especially in a fantasy scenario where oftentimes invertebrates will be large animals and you'll have car-sized bugs and stuff.
Yeah.
Which would be very handy.
I think the reason vertebrates get the focus is because they are more resilient to decomposition because of their skeleton.
Well, and also vertebrate decomposition is easier to recognize and see. Like, I don't know what a zombie ant looks like. Like, is their exoskeleton falling apart? Are there...
Yeah. Are you a husk?
Right. Are you going to have recognizable features of a dead thing?
Yeah. From an artistic standpoint, can we represent that in a way that makes it clear?
Right. That a human audience member is going to go, oh, zombie.
Because it's not going to be goopy and drippy like rotting flesh.
Yes.
So yeah, I definitely agree that it would be interesting to see necromancers using inverts more. But I also think that's why because you can use a zombie or a skeleton when you do a vert, and both of those are very recognizable and very recognizably undead.
Yes.
Next question from Jonas. What video game or other media has the best, most plausible alien ecosystem? From other medias, there's tons of, like, Avatar is a
Right.
very good alien ecosystem.
Very cool.
Even if I have nitpicks about the very human cat Navi. But that is very cool. As far as video games go, it's not alien, as in that it's not sci-fi and in space, but Dragon Age, that game has a really cool biology feature to it in that a lot of the monsters you meet, they explain the ecological roles and how they interact and even how they breed. Like, they give a whole breeding and social structure to dragons that have them with a big main female with many male suitors that gather around her. And that then she just kind of is constantly giving birth to small baby dragons that are numerous and die out in droves, and only a few get to the beach. So, like, they did a whole new ecology for dragons. They even do it for the demonic bad guys and how they function. So they gave a lot of thought to how the fantasy magical world functions on a ecological standpoint, which I really liked.
Cool.
You don't get that in fantasy games very often, so I really appreciated that one. So that might be my vote, even if it's not plausible because it's magic, but still, they put a lot of effort into it.
Trent asks, with more fossils of large dinosaurs, such as Spinosaurus's tail section, still being found today, how many undiscovered large species of dinosaurs do you think are out there, or have we found them all?
Certainly haven't found them all.
Tons. They're probably just oodles.
Yes, thousands and thousands at minimum.
Like tons of large dinosaurs and new species of large dinosaurs. Yeah, our record is very scant, and we find new large species all the time.
Well, especially because there's whole regions of the planet that we really have not been able to do almost any notable paleontology in. Like Antarctica absolutely has tons of large dinosaurs.
Yes.
That we've just not
Hidden
been
under
able.
2 miles of ice.
Yep. So yes, there's definitely lots, and it may not be that they've just somehow missed us, but that we just haven't gone to those areas yet.
Yeah.
Next up, Carrick asks, what is one assumption that humans tend to make about the nature of life that you would like to see proven wrong? I have a number of these, and some of them are just the perception that a lot of people have, from like questions I get at the aquarium, which is just very anthropomorphizing life, that they have the same goals and wants that we do, and that's not how life, you can't apply the emotional state of a person to any other animal necessarily, and especially not to plants and ecosystems.
Right.
But I think the one that irks me the most that I see very, very often is that humans have thrown nature off balance, and without us, nature would be in balance for good vibe reasons.
Right.
Like, it's often perceived that, like, we've thrown things out of whack, but otherwise it would be peacefully in balance.
Right.
No, it's in balance due to frozen battle lines between species that are forcibly keeping each other in balance through competition.
In a constant state of flux.
Yes.
With preserved components.
Yeah. Like, even when it seems super stable, it's stable that way because it's the organisms are at a stalemate between each other as they all try to compete and or kill one another.
Or changes are happening just slowly.
Yes.
That we're not noticing on a rapid timescale.
So so there is balance, but it is a balance maintained through competition, not even when it's fluctuating, even if it's staying balanced as it flux, it's balanced because it has to be, otherwise one species would dominate, and that's what happens when it does become unbalanced, which happens naturally all the time.
Right. Well, and I think it's very similar to when we've talked about this with conservation, the idea that there is a pristine version of nature.
Yes.
That there is a perfect version that we need to go back to or aim for. But there isn't. Nature is not static. Nature is always changing and adjusting and shifting, and ecosystems are always in a state of changing from what they were to what they will be.
Yes. And this irks me because it's an incorrect view of nature. And can breed misconceptions like that with conservation, but also I think it is a big part of what leads to the idea of natural, the term natural, equaling better and good and unharmful. Right. That if you have natural solutions, natural food, natural this, it means it is superior somehow, because we've taken natural to mean the good, beautiful nature version.
Right.
And nature is often not beautiful. It is
Yes.
it is just what it is. And so yeah, that's my big one.
Yeah. Robert asks, Hollywood has commissioned you to come up with the next big monster movie. What do you pitch to make a novel, exciting movie that doesn't mangle science too badly?
Our hippo movie.
Yeah. Hungry hippos.
Hungry hippos.
Which are the introduced hippos in South America.
Yep.
Turning into monsters. Also, the other option is that you just make up something completely ridiculous so that you don't have to worry about science.
Yes.
You just go, all right, Godzilla, and now, whatever.
Yeah, and if we didn't make the hippo movie, I would just make a croc movie, which is just Blackwater.
Yes.
So that movie exists. Chris asks if something could be frozen in Antarctic ice similar to the mammoths in the Arctic, what would be the most likely and how well preserved would it possibly be?
This is an interesting question because mammoths are preserved in permafrost.
Yes.
Typically. They're not preserved in like a sheet of ice.
Yeah, like glaciers and stuff.
And that's a lot of what Antarctica is that it's sheets of ice. But I would assume that you could certainly have ancient frozen sediments within and around Antarctica. And I don't know how far back. Like the ice sheets of Antarctica go back tens of millions of years.
Yeah.
Could there be sediments underneath those that are frozen and preserved?
Effectively as they were.
And would that be, because in the Arctic, in the permafrost, we don't have ice that goes back permanently for all that long. But underneath Antarctica, could you get frozen stuff from the Miocene?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know if you could have that.
I don't know enough about the physics and cycles, I guess, of Antarctic ice.
Yeah. Like around the edges, I'd assume you're getting melting and refreezing, so you wouldn't have enough permanent ice in many areas to have things going back all that far.
But like, is there how much overchurn of ice in the middle of the continent is there just from like geologic movement or something? Like, is that ice at the bottom just the ice that was at the bottom?
Right. Is that just 30 million year old ice?
What?
I don't know. I don't know.
That is breaking my brain a little bit to consider. That's all right. Well, now I want to know. Good question, Chris.
Yes. Ricardo asks, what are the factors that make oceanic dispersal possible? Do we have examples of or studies of this kind of migration happening nowadays, or is it just a hypothesis? We absolutely have examples of oceanic dispersal, of animals dispersing across oceans from one landmass to another. We'll occasionally find an animal like a crocodilian or tortoise that got swept away in a storm and floated across the ocean. Or mats of vegetation that have carried, snails or mice or something from one place to another. Those are thought to be mechanisms for how certain species might disperse from one landmass to another. And we absolutely have those.
Yes.
We'll see examples. I don't know that we've often seen examples of them then colonizing the new place.
Yeah.
If it's just one or two of them that made it. But the idea that individuals can make it from one place to another, we certainly can see stuff like that.
Yeah, we've been able to track that when we find the individual or small group that washes up somewhere, and through various techniques be able to say, you're definitely not from here, you came from, based on your genetics or the foliage you're on, you came from that other place.
Yeah.
So, yes, for sure it is more than a hypothesis.
Yes.
There is solid support for it happening. As far as it having like the various effects it could have had, that is more under research and debate because...
Right. And when exactly it happened and to which lineages. Yeah, that is, fossil record.
Yes, exactly.
Can be tricky.
It's hard for us to determine that. All right, next question's from Sarah May. I'm working on a doctorate myself and I have to know. What method do y'all use to wade through academic papers for research? Keyword search, category, release date, etc.
Good question. How do we wade through? So when searching for stuff online, Google Scholar, of course, is very useful. I will often sort by release date.
Yes.
to look for recent stuff because the hope is to find something recent that references a lot of older studies.
Yes.
That is more up to date on a particular topic.
And for us with note taking, that works very well because if you're referencing another paper, then you're referencing the summation of that info that we're going to summarize in our episode.
So if we're looking for a topic like, live birth, which we did recently, doing a Google Scholar search and seeing what are there recent papers that talk about this topic? Do they have references therein? Is there a nice review paper? Oh boy, oh boy. Sometimes we'll also look for news. Like, is there a news story that became popular recently that was written about in sort of popular journalism that might mention some scientists' names that we might chase down, or might itself mention some of the history that gives us some keywords to keep going? When we're looking for academic papers for podcast episodes, one thing we'll often do is go to Wikipedia.
Yes.
And look at what the references are in Wikipedia.
Yep.
They're not always the best ones or the most up-to-date ones, but it is an area where someone has done some of the work for us already. They've already collected a selection of papers, so that can sometimes be a good starting point.
Yes, indeed. Absolutely. And that also helps because it's related to the topic. So this paper was referenced in this Wikipedia article in this category. So you go, all right, well, that's the topic I was looking for is the reproduction of this animal, and you cited all of these in the reproduction paragraph.
Yes.
So I can sort it out a little bit easier.
So so that's some of it. Sometimes it's reading news articles or the Wikipedia page can also be helpful in identifying keywords.
Yep.
So like we might be going into a topic that, ants. And you might say, all right, ants. And left to our own devices, we would just look ant fossils, ant blah, 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 blah.
Evolution, and blah, blah,
Right.
blah.
But, you go to the Wikipedia article and it might say, here is the most well-studied family of ants. And you go, oh, okay, that's a good keyword.
Yes.
To see if that comes up. So sometimes the non-academic sources can point you in the right direction.
Well, and that it'll also help for me when they will mention something about, like, a key group of ants for this concept, for the understanding of their social structure is leafcutters. And I go, oh, I did not think to Google Scholar search leafcutter ants.
Yes.
And then I'll do that, and a whole bunch of leafcutter ant responses will come back that weren't in just the ants section, and those will have new information.
Yeah. Now, for our purposes, for the kind of things when we're doing for the podcast, we are looking for broad information. For like actually looking for research references, it can be much more daunting because then it is more exhaustive, looking for various different keywords and making sure you're covering all the keywords.
Well, and you might not be able to just stick to the most recent ones like we do, because you may need to directly reference that old paper that this recent one was referencing.
Yes. And in those cases, back in the day of grad school, I would find it extremely helpful to ask people.
Yeah.
And just say, hey, you study this thing, Professor so-and-so. Please point me to the most recent example that you know about. And then that often, hopefully, will be helpful.
Yep.
But it's a lot.
It is a lot. And I often have moments where I feel the way we publish papers, if it were different, we might be able to sort and search it a bit more neatly.
Our next question is from Joe, who asks, Star Wars or Star Trek? Joe also includes, both is an acceptable answer, and so is neither. Thank you for your permission. We won't need that.
Yep.
But I have somehow never seen an episode of Star Trek.
Yep.
I saw the 2009 movie, and maybe the sequel to that movie, with Chris Pine and Siler. I've never seen Star Trek. I'm sure I'd like it. I've never seen it, and I've never made time to watch it.
Yeah.
I do quite like Star Wars.
Yes. I'm definitely more Star Wars than Star Trek, even though I've watched bits and pieces of most of the Star Trek shows, I think. Not the recent ones. I know that there's Lower Decks and Picard and I can't remember the other one.
And the other ones.
I haven't seen any of the recent stuff, and I've seen a couple of the newer movies and a couple of the older movies. So I've seen decent chunks of Star Trek, And I like Star Trek a bunch, but for extremely different reasons than I like Star Wars. Star Trek is a really great philosophical, moral and ethical investigation into the ideas of sci-fi concepts and intergalactic, interactions and stuff, which is all very cool. Star Trek does not hold my attention as much because every alien is shaped like a person, and the only robots they have are either the bad ones or Data.
Not enough aliens, not enough robots.
And then there's just not creatures. Like, they don't have many times where they're just interacting with animals because you can't have a debate with an animal.
Sure.
And so, like, Star Wars has more cool sci-fi. The ships are cooler, the weapons are cooler, the creatures are cooler, the robots are cooler. And that's what I like sci-fi for. Mm-hmm. Like, I'm cool with examining our society through the lens of science fiction. That's tons of fun. I want a cool thing that goes...
Right. Pew, pew, pew.
Yeah.
Pew, pew, pop,
I want to go, oh, that's a cool looking ship. Yep. That's I like sci-fi for all that stuff. Next question's from Keegan. What are your thoughts on a Chickenosaurus? Would it really teach us much about non-avian dinosaurs? Are the ethical concerns worth the possible knowledge gained?
So the Chickenosaurus is this hypothetical idea of breeding chickens to have the traits of their dinosaurian ancestors, to basically look like a dromaeosaur or something.
And I think it also with the mentality of unlocking old genes and stuff, like the teeth and stuff like that.
And there have been studies that have messed with chicken DNA in developing embryos to see, can they develop teeth? Does the snout change shape? And that can be really handy for understanding how certain genes are linked to certain features and the development of certain features, and how might that tell us stuff about the evolution of that organism. The idea of unlocking the ancestral traits and then growing a chicken that looks and acts like a dinosaur seems both like a thing that we couldn't actually do.
Yep.
Like, that's not really how it works. And a thing that we probably wouldn't learn very much from, because we've created something that is nothing. That is neither chicken nor the actual thing of its ancestors. And to do that, instead of just we're messing with chicken embryos and investigating developmental changes, to actually create that animal, I think would, in fact, be highly ethically concerning.
Yes. And 100% agree. It's a lot of the same issues that the idea of cloning a mammoth comes to, that it would not be a mammoth as they were.
Right.
So we can't draw direct conclusions for its behavior and stuff. And this is one where even a further step that we'd be making it a dinosaur, a non-avian dinosaur, based on what we think non-avian dinosaurs were like.
Because those genes aren't just there. Like, the chicken's genome does not have all the ingredients to make a velociraptor.
Exactly.
Like, it has some elements that it shares with that, like teeth and stuff, but you wouldn't get an ancestor. You'd get some weird hodgepodge built of whatever scraps are left in the chicken's genome, directed in the direction that we personally think it should look.
Yes, it's a very biased approach to that. It makes me think of, in a similar vein to this, or it may even be related to it, that there was either just a video or I can't remember if it was research, but where they tied a stick to the tail of a chicken.
Yes, that was an actual study where they put like a plunger looking thing on the butt of a chicken to see, does having a long tail back there affect how they walk?
Yeah, and it did. But, and I don't think the researchers said this, but I saw lots of things discussing it, that the response very much was they put a tail on it and then it started walking like a dinosaur.
Right.
Which, once again, we don't know what dinosaurs walked like.
No.
We've never watched a non-avian dinosaur walk.
Yes.
So
it gave us insights into what those animals might have walked like.
It told us for sure what a chicken walks like with a stick on its butt, which may be similar to how dromaeosaurs and theropods walked.
Now, on the note of the Chickenosaurus, I don't know that anyone actually seriously intends to build a Chickenosaurus.
Yeah.
Like, that sounds like one of those things that has become the common thing to say. But even the ones when they grew teeth, that was just early developing embryos those are lab studies,
Yes.
not actual making hybrid animals.
For sure.
Here's a question from Captain Placoderm. Whales today are the largest animals on Earth, but as we've seen through the history of our planet, species come and go and others replace them in their niche. In your opinion, what other species could realistically replace whales and consistently reach massive sizes in a post-cetacean world?
If we were to lose whales,
Somehow, through some bizarre, unimaginable circumstance that would cause whales to disappear.
that could only happen through some act of extreme malice.
Sure. I'd be tempted to say that fish would do it, but fish have had hundreds of millions of years to do it.
Yeah, they've had lots of chances.
And they haven't done it for some reason. So I'm tempted to say that reptiles would do it. Because they've done it before. We've had ichthyosaurs and plesiosaurs and mosasaurs that have reached whale sizes. So I'm on team bring the lizards back to the ocean and get mosasaurs again.
See, I think pinnipeds.
Oh, that's also a good point. That's a less exciting choice.
Yeah, but I think we would get giant filtering crab-eating seals
That'd be pretty cool.
that are using teeth.
Yeah.
Because, I think
That's not a bad thought.
just whale-sized walruses.
Well, because they're already there and
Yes.
they're already big.
Yeah, a number of them are already the size of small-toothed whales.
Yes.
Like a walrus and many large dolphins are equivalent to each other, so it's only a step up from there,
Yeah, that's probably true.
which would be awesome
Very cool.
with their little feet tail. Next up, Megan asks, is there a topic that you would love to cover, but that no one has asked you about? And if so, what is it?
I'm always torn when we get this kind of question because I don't want to be like, hey, everyone, request this. Request the thing that I want to talk about. Psst, that feels like
Say this!
cheating. We've done it. We've mentioned stuff like that on the podcast before.
I was gonna say, but then again, it's our podcast.
That's true. I was to do whatever I
If
want to
we
do.
say it's not cheating, then
For
it's
a
not
while, pterosaurs was in this category.
Yes.
For 2 years of the podcast, we were like, someone request pterosaurs.
What's going on?
What's wrong? I have actually had a topic in my head for years that no one's ever requested. There is no request on our massive request list for this. I remember thinking of it many years ago and then thinking, oh boy, someday someone will request that. And it is the long-term evolution experiment.
Oh, yeah.
Richard Lenski's lab. So cool.
Yes.
Such a cool thing. Mostly I want to learn more about it.
Yes. No, I want you to learn more about it and then tell me about it.
That's one I've had that in my head for 4 years.
Yep.
I've been like, surely someday someone will request this, and it has not happened. So I'm sure it will continue to not happen.
Oh, well.
Next up, we have a question from Laura who asks, why can't land animals drink seawater? When and why did we lose this ability?
Good question. I don't know when we lost it, but the why is most likely that as we moved on to land, we moved away from saltwater because inland it's freshwater.
Yes.
Generally speaking, there are saltwater lakes and stuff, but in general, if you're on land, it's freshwater. And if you're not using the genes that allow you to have the features to drink seawater, then those features are going to typically get lost in evolution.
And freshwater and saltwater function differently alongside our bodies.
Yes.
Right. Our bodies have a certain amount of salt content. So if the water we're drinking, the water we're bringing into our system is too salty or not salty enough, there is a balance that we need to maintain. And so for one reason or another, we've evolved to coexist with a freshwater level of salt.
Well, and part of that reason is that freshwater is toxic to a saltwater organism.
Right. And vice versa.
And vice versa, because if you have saltwater and freshwater next to each other, they want to balance the salinity. That's what systems in nature do. That's what entropy is all about.
Yeah. And if it's not balanced, it messes with our internal organs and stuff.
Because it's going to balance. And for us, the salt water is going to pull the water out of our cells to make it less salty. And in a freshwater, it's going to put too much water into the cells.
Yes.
And you will get water poisoning in a saltwater animal with freshwater, and you'd be poisoned by salt, basically, if you're a freshwater tolerant animal. There are lots of land animals that have gone back to being able to process salt water, but they have to have ways to get rid of the excess salt.
Yes.
Crocs have salt glands in their tongue. Lots of pinnipeds have it. I think they in their nose and eyes.
Birds will, like seabirds will have it.
They sneeze it out of their nose.
Yep.
So you need a way to get rid of the excess salt once you've become a freshwater tolerant organism.
Yeah. These have been a whole bunch of good questions. We're going to do one more.
All right.
Because, it's been a long and fun discussion. Our last question that we will wrap up the Q&A with is from Jackie, who asks, what about the podcast has made you most proud this year? Brag about yourselves a little.
Oh.
Thanks, Jackie. 5 years.
5 years.
That's pretty cool. Croc and Snake Month were awesome.
That was really cool.
It wasn't quite on a whim, but it was something new and different that we thought up to try to do, and it went really well, and we're excited to do more stuff like that in the future.
On a smaller scale, when we got new patrons while at a talk at Dragon Con.
Yeah. We were doing the panel, and I had my phone out on the desk just to keep look at the time, because I have to know the time so that I'm not talking forever. And as we were getting started, I think I looked down and I had a little notification that we had gotten new patrons.
Yep.
And I was like, did somebody who just joined Patreon? And someone in the crowd raised their hand.
Yeah.
I was like, that's awesome. And then 3 more people did that.
Yep.
That was very, very cool.
That was really awesome. It is by far one of the most celebrity-esque moments.
Yeah.
that we felt. And so that was very cool.
We've done a bunch of new stuff this year. We launched the Discord. Which I'm very proud of us old guys for doing.
Yep.
Because we had to get help.
Yep. Because we had young people do it.
We've made a bunch of changes on the back end. We have actually, I think we've been really good this year about having meetings between the two of us and being very proactive and very honest and upfront about how things are going and where we want things to go and how we're feeling about the way that, the schedule and everything is going. I think we've gotten much better at talking to each other about things and planning for things and recognizing what we need as people and as podcasters and structuring our plans around that.
Absolutely. It's things have felt much more professional and purposeful in how we've been doing it this year. So, yeah.
We've also, I think, had a lot more contact with our community this year.
Yes.
We've been doing our Patreon live streams where we get to interact with patrons.
Which have quickly become one of my favorite things
those are
for us
great.
to get to do.
Those are fantastic.
They're so much fun. We
have been doing the Discord. So we get to interact with people on Discord. We went to Dragon Con. We got to meet people. We're getting more and more in touch with our community, which I think is also a very cool thing.
Yes. Yeah. It's been a good year.
Yeah. We've also had multiple things reach out to us this year to say, hey, can you collaborate with us?
Yeah.
Which always feels very nice.
Yes.
Actually this year, we did the Leakies episode. I was so happy to get to invite Meredith Johnson on the podcast. That was a proud moment for me where I was like, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Do you think maybe? And then Meredith was super polite and super nice and great to talk to. And she was complimenting us on our podcast. And I was like, what? Shut up. That was that was pretty nice for me. I'm a big fan of origin stories.
Yeah.
I'm also proud of us for making it through another end of the year Q&A.
We did. We made it through.
We did it. This felt like a big one. We'll see how the...
This did feel big. I think our recording is just above 5 hours. It's going to edit down once we cut out our breaks and our
sure.
quiet times, but it's a chunk of a recording.
Yeah. We always have fun doing these. These are a lovely way to wrap up the year. We like getting the questions. I love that we keep getting new, different questions.
Yes.
That's very fun that we keep getting to mix it up and talk about new stuff. We got a lot of Pokemon questions this year, which keep that up.
That was fun.
That's great.
It was, lots of good questions this year. There were a few that every year there's always a few where it's like, wow, that's a question I wish I had thought of before just now.
Yes.
Because I would like to have been pondering on that question.
This is the last thing of the year. We released this right at the end of the year, which means 2022 is over. Our 5-year of the podcast is over. We are now, like, our whole celebration for this year. We have done it. Now our 6-year anniversary is around the corner.
Yep. About to turn 6.
Thank you to everybody. Thank you to everyone who sent in questions. We did not get through the entire list because tons of people send in questions. So if we did not get to your question, we apologize. Send in a question next year and hopefully we'll get to it. Or hey, join us on the Discord or join us on Patreon and join the Patreon live streams and see if you find an opportunity to ask your question there. We're doing more of these interactions, so there's more opportunities.
Absolutely. We do one of each of those every month, and
yes.
So you have tons of chances.
Yeah, our patrons get to ask us questions all the time.
Yeah.
Also, patron questions.
Yes.
They get to submit for us to answer on the episodes. So there are other ways to get your questions to us if we didn't get to yours. So sorry, but thank you for listening and sticking through this episode. Thank you to everyone who submitted a question. Thank you to all of the patrons who have supported us throughout this year. Thank you to everyone who joined us for the first time this year. We got a ton of new patrons and a ton of new listeners. Our download numbers keep going up. More people keep finding the podcast.
Thanks to everyone who joined in on the Discord and filled that up.
Yeah, thanks to everyone who leaves comments on the YouTube videos and who sends us emails. We read the emails, we read the comments. Even if we don't respond to all of them, we really appreciate seeing that kind of interaction from our audience. Thanks to Allie for keeping this podcast going. Thanks to all of our guests who've joined us. 2022 for this podcast has been a pretty exciting and fun year.
Yeah.
And thanks to everyone who supports us who doesn't get seen.
Yes.
Right? Thanks to Corey, who helps us set up the Discord, and thanks to our mods who help us set up the Discord. Thanks to the people at DragonCon who are helping us do stuff.
Yep.
That we don't otherwise get to do, or who just help us to show us around some of the key features of DragonCon that we want to do more of. We both have girlfriends,
yes,
who are very supportive and helpful.
Extremely.
So thank you to them.
Thank you to both of them immensely.
This podcast is a group effort. Like, it's us who are doing most of it. But everyone who contributes, we really appreciate, whether they're lending their voice to the podcast, or they're lending some financial support through Patreon, or whether they just listen and tell their friends about it. We really appreciate that.
No, it is a huge part of the what has kept the motivation going and thriving and our energy up is the fact that we get such amazing interaction and responses from all of you listening and following us.
Yeah. We hope you all have had a nice holiday season. We hope you have a happy new year. 2023, we will be back with new episodes every fortnight. New topics requested by our listeners, posts on the blog, bonus stuff, Silver Screen Science and Spooky, all of that's going to continue.
Until we don't like each other.
Until our inevitable falling out.
Yep.
At which point we will monetize the tragedy in separate directions.
And then we will make a croc and a snake specific rival podcast.
And then we'll have a reunion several years later and bring in the biggest audiences we've ever had.
Yes.
Just as we planned. Thank you to everybody who listens and supports us. Continue to send in your requests for episode topics. Continue to send us your questions. Continue to send us your kind words and your compliments and your thoughts. Continue to keep your criticisms to yourself. And join us in 2023 for more Common Descent.
It's been a pleasure.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Thanks for listening to the Common Descent podcast. You can follow us on Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and check our WordPress blog for pictures and links after each episode. huge thanks to our patrons whose support helps keep this podcast running and who get access to bonus goodies on Patreon. The song you're hearing is called On the Origin of Species by Protodome, which we found at ocremix.org. Thanks again for listening. We hope you'll join us next time.